Hey, Paul, you think we're ready to go?
Yes.
We'll just wait for...
Are the speakers ready? Are there any public speakers, Paul?
Good morning. We have 4 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that, in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Christina Lampropoulos. Following will be Dennis Lonergan, followed by Murray Bowden.
Just begin. Morning. Since I became union president for B&T sergeants and lieutenants in 2016, we've been working on a contract. It's expired since 2012. A main item on the table is the deployment of our members to reduce overtime obligations. We have not come to an agreement. TBTA is reducing headcount through attrition. In February's meeting, Danny advised that he's saved $70 million in the last 3 years by scheduling changes and deployment of employees reduced through attrition. They are legally deploying our members to accomplish these efficiencies. What's unbelievable is that we've been willing to settle the contract and give the right to legally deploy our members so we can get up to date on our salary. Years have passed, making up to date impossible. We are still willing. Settling would also eliminate the exorbitant legal fees they spend to fight us in the courts while they continue their illegal practices. They keep hiring outside counsel to represent them in deployment cases that we keep winning. On December 29th, Governor Hochul recognized our plight and granted us binding arbitration, providing us some relief in this bargaining disaster. I've asked Danny if we could agree to accept the fact finder recommendation to settle in exchange for deployments, but I was told unofficially on Friday that TBTA intends to reject my request. That will force us to proceed to another arbitrator to get a binding contract award. It will likely be the same or better, but will keep us stuck in 2011 wages for however long it takes. Danny brings our member here and gives them awards for their heroism. Proud of their productivity in summonses, vehicle stops for unpaid tolls, and our integral roles in the success of the New York City Marathon. Our members step up to do an amazing job, despite their poor working conditions. What they really need is Danny and the MTA to step up for them and accept the recommendation of the first arbitrator to hear our case. We're willing to accept. Please do what's right. Give us a contract. It'll get us out of 2011 wages.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dennis Lonergan.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Lonegan. I am the Vice President of the TBTA Superior Office Benevolent Association. I represent the 118 sergeants and lieutenants that work for the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority. I was hired in March of 2000, and I was promoted to sergeant in June of 2002. I've worked for this authority for 22 years, And the last time I received the contractual raise was March of 2011. Me and almost all the members I represent are in the same situation. We haven't had a contractual raise in more than half our career. These members are unhappy, and many are disgruntled. But that's what happens when you don't get a raise in 11 years. The morale is low. It's an understatement. It couldn't get any lower. As essential workers, we worked through the COVID pandemic. We have worked through the authority's transition to open road tolling. We are currently working through the Kronos outage, tasked with making sure everyone gets paid. This is in addition to our regular law enforcement duties. I am constantly asked by members, when will we get a new contract? And it's so hard to explain to these members that the authority's demands are and continue to be so far outside the realm of reason that we can never accept. In 2020, with no alternative, as a union, we requested PERB assign a fact finder in the hopes that an impartial arbitrator would inform the authority their demands were unreasonable. On Wednesday, April 13th, the fact finder issued his recommendation. In his report, he consistently agreed with the union position and rejected the authority's position as unreasonable, as we have contended all along. In the past, when this union received the fact finder's report, the board recommended that the parties voluntarily agree to the terms the fact finder recommended. We ask that this board make the same recommendation so we can come to a voluntary agreement without going through the lengthy and expensive binding arbitration process recently granted to us by the governor, just to get the same report that the fact finder already recommended. We absolutely do not want to prolong this pain that
Please
has been
conclude
inflicted
your
on our
remarks.
members, your employees, any longer. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you. The next speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Christopher Grief.
Jamie, at the last meeting, I spoke, and you can look at the minutes, about the road lines on the Henry Hudson Bridge. As a result of that, a meeting was established where I would meet with the traffic engineers and whoever and point out that the lines that they had there were illegal. I got there on a Tuesday morning and I was ambushed. There was a police car waiting for me, told me to get out of the car, demanded my license, and I explained I had a meeting scheduled. Chris Owens appeared out of thin air. I think it was the second time he was ever at that parking lot. There is no meeting. I said, but we scheduled a meeting. This is an illegal line. There is no sign. They told me I can't come in there. There is no sign that says this is private or anything. I was there this morning and watched. This is symbolic of letting those people who, traffic engineers, do what they want without oversight. It is completely 100% illegal. And until you begin to bring these traffic engineers, and there are 100,000 traffic engineers who have been doing it wrong for 20 years, and they're embarrassed to be brought up on charges that they're doing it wrong. It slows the buses down. It's not safe. The driver should know what's on the left. I'll take an extra 2 seconds to tell you the tension that this caused set off a virus in my the side of my left eye for the last 3 weeks. I finally found a doctor who is treating me for the viral infection and the ulcer that developed on my eye. It happened once before. It came from the stress of trying to do something right. So if I make a mistake, I apologize.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Christopher Greif.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif. Since you already call me Grief, it's Greif, G-R-E-I-F. I'm reminding the bridge and tunnels that as you have walkways on those bridges, we need to make sure those walkways are more smoothly and ADA accessibility. My fellow disability communities are very upset because they cannot enjoy a beautiful weather because you can feel stumps, and at the same time, the proper lightings are not been fixed. It is our duty to make sure that safety is part of us. Safety matters to us. We ask you that lighting, especially cameras, are also on the bridge because it will make it easy so we don't see people doing anything inappropriate or illegal. Please, let's do something about these bridges that MTA are using, especially on the Manhattan Bridge, where we've been hearing people on the bridge on the train tracks. We need to make sure that our train bridges are safe. We need to make sure our trains are running, especially customers who are walking on the bridge are walking from one end to the other on both sides of the bridge. And that's also the Williamsburg Bridge as well, and the Marine Park Bridge. Please, let's do something and let's work together. Thank you. And Greif is my last name. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be James Carmody.
That's me. I hope you're all good this morning. I'm here to ask all of you a simple thing to improve the rail trip commute. Can the cars get things to read? You from the committee who were here last month already heard from me, and what I said then is still true today. My thousands of suburban neighbors who work down in the city, for whatever reason, are expected to ride their Metro North cars regularly, and I don't think I'm the first to feel like those cars could treat our mental health better. Which is why I'd love the cars to start stocking reading literature for riders, commuters, and kids on board to check out during the long hours that the trip takes. Also, as well as commuter mental health from literature on trains, I think it'd be awesome to filter the water in Grand Central. I filter my home water, and I can taste the difference between it and the fountains at the terminal. So, water quality is another thing I think would be a good way to improve commuter health. All said then, like I asked last time, do you think you can do it? I hope you can.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Charlton De Souza.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton De Souza, and I'm the president of Passengers United. And we're very concerned about the Queen's Bus Redesign and how it relates to the Bridges and Tunnels Agency. The MTA Bridges and Tunnels, you guys need to have a permanent bus lane in the Queen's Midtown Tunnel so that all the buses, even on weekends, late evenings, and you'll need to work with New York State Department of Transportation to enhance the bus lanes and have it go all the way down the LIE so that, as part of the Queen Bus Redesign and as part of congestion pricing, all these buses are using bus lanes. I'm talking about the express buses that is run by the MTA. Because right now, having the buses go down Queens Boulevard, coming back in the evenings makes no sense. So that really needs to be looked at by MTA Bridges and Tunnels and working in hand with the MTA Bus Company, New York City Transit. Y'all really need to work on that because if we're going to have a bus redesign, we want faster, quicker buses. And we don't want to be stuck on the 59th Street Bridge. We don't want to be stuck along Queens Boulevard. So you guys, run the bridges and tunnels, but you'll need to work with state DOT to get this done. And please give your officers a pay raise. They deserve a pay raise. They work very hard. I see them. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Anthony.
Good morning, Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union, who was the first independent worker-led union in the entire United States. I want to do some fact-checking first. We need more HOV lanes on all bridges. That includes for buses. But first, I want to correct the head of Passengers United. he should remember that the Queens Midtown Tunnel is operated and owned by the MTA. So therefore, we don't need intervention of state DOT because the Queens Midtown Tunnel is owned and operated by the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. So the MTA should have a bus-only lane, and not only for the Queens Midtown Tunnel, for the Hugh H. in other words, for the Battery Tunnel, for those for the forgotten borough like Staten Island that I often go to because I work in Staten Island. For those who take the SIM buses and oftentimes get stuck in traffic in peak hours of the afternoon or even during the middays. So, Danny, let's do something positive. Let's break the norm like my union president, Chris Moss, always do. Let's break the norm once and for all. And I'll see you guys in Tress at around 10:15.
Thank you, Commissioner. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you. The March Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting minutes are to be approved next month. President DiCrescenzo, are there any changes to the Bridges and Tunnels Committee work plan?
There are no changes to the work plan. I think do we have a question? I can't tell.
I don't see.
Commissioner Testatori has his hand up?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
So I just wanted to comment on two of the public speakers that started us today. The leadership from SOBA, both Christina and Dennis, are very accurate in what they're reporting. Dennis, I'm sorry, Danny, you and I have spoken about this. I shared this with Chairman Mack at the time. 2011 wages are unacceptable. This union needs to be brought up to speed, just like every other union in the MTA. There's two unions that are going to settle agreements most likely on Wednesday in an executive session. There's been numerous measures and delays in this process. The fact finder report had come through. This committee, this board, the MTA needs to follow what the first arbitrator had said in their suggestions. 2011 wages is absolutely unacceptable, especially for a group that supervises all of the officers in bridges and tunnels. We can't just keep kicking this can down the road. They deserve a raise. I'm so glad that they came forward today and finally said it at a meeting publicly. I'm just disappointed that I'm not there in person to support them. So can we please get to who we need to get to through our labor relations group to get this thing done? 2011 wages. I mean, there's not many unions left. The money is there. It's sitting there waiting for them. Please get them up to speed. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't see any question. Any questions? I don't think we have enough.
We're going to do it next month.
Next month, we're going to approve the minutes.
That's the reason.
So before I get into my my president remarks, can I just make one comment, if I may? So, based on the two first speakers, Christina and Dennis, and just to echo a little bit what Vinny was saying, the sergeant lieutenants and all the employees at MTA Bridges Tunnels do a great job. They're out there every day. Everything that Dennis mentioned, I agree 110% as far as working through COVID and day in and day out doing their job. As far as the labor negotiations, I believe this isn't the correct forum to go through the labor negotiations, but I know that HQ and labor relations has the fact finding, and they'll go from there. So thank you. Okay, so if no other questions, I'll start off with my remarks. So just good morning and welcome to the April 2022 MTA Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Barbers for chairing today's meeting. Thank you. To get into the operation part of it, B&T's 2021 year-end operating results report is included in this month's board materials as an informational item starting on page 48. Staff is available if anyone has any questions on that informational item. Again, operationally, with seasonal changes to travel on the horizon, traditionally kicking off around Mother's Day as we move from spring into summer, we continue to see traffic trending close to pre-pandemic levels. Our field personnel will continue to closely monitor any trends and patterns, and we'll look, through May, through the summer months, and make adjustments as needed. We have a short presentation. I think, Joyce, if you have the clicker. So we have an anniversary coming up. On Friday, April 29th, marks the 83 years of the opening of the Bronx Whitestone Bridge. This graceful suspension span connecting the Bronx and Queens over the East River was constructed in just 23 months, welcoming motorists the day before the start of the 1939 World's Fair in Flushing Meadows Park. The toll was 25 cents. Thanks to our C&D partners for maintaining our bridge in a state of good repair over the decades. I wish I looked as good at 83 as the bridge looks, making significant improvements, including the addition of an aerodynamic wind fairings, a lighter weight steel roadway deck, and reconstructed approaches. Got it, Joyce? All right, good. Very good, thank you. Continuing from April into May, this coming Sunday, May 1st, is the 5-borough bike tour at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, a city-permitted event. This will be the first full-capacity event returning to one of our facilities since the lockdown, with the Verrazano Bridge being the tail leg of the event, with more than 30,000 participants expected. Our operations and maintenance teams are busy prepping the lower-level roadway, which is a labor-intensive effort, and our employees will be out there in force to welcome cyclists and ensure safety and security for event day. Last piece of operational news, I'm pleased to report we are officially on Falcon Watch. If you remember last year, we had those great pictures of the falcons, the mom falcon watching the babies, and as our special bridge tenants are once again inhabiting the nests secured by our maintenance crews atop several of our towers, it's an honor to play host to those endangered birds, as we are hopeful that we'll soon have new additions to the TBTA family if all goes well, and I'm sure I'll be reporting some nice pictures in the weeks and months to come. Finally, I would like to recognize and thank 2 employees who are leaving us at the end of this month. Brian Walsh, Acting Vice President, Chief Procurement Officer, and Julia Christ, General Counsel and Corporate Secretary of TBTA and MTA, both of whom will be retiring on May 1st. In Brian's 25 years of service, he has worked through 6 capital programs to ensure that the B&T procurement continually met or exceeded its capital commitment goals. To highlight just a few examples of his achievements, Brian was a key player for B&T through Superstorm Sandy, recovery, restoration, and resiliency, led procurement efforts during the accelerated implementation of open road tolling, and helped implement design, build, and other alternative procurement methods of project delivery. He is a reliable power hitter who will be missed. Brian, congratulations, and all the best to you and your family, and a happy retirement. And last but not least, Julia Christ has been B&T's General Counsel and Corporate Secretary since April of 2020. Previously, Julia has served as Executive Agency General Counsel since 2017 and Deputy General Counsel from 2013, among various other attorney positions, including in B&T Labor Relations. Before joining B&T in February of 1999, Julia was an Assistant Attorney General and Managing Attorney to the New York State Attorney General's Office. Our agency was weathered with many changes during Julia's tenure, while marking important strides and milestones such as the conversion of all facilities to open road cashless tolling in 2017. Julia has been an active player in those changes, as well as a key partner and advisor in the daily business of all things TBTA. It's going to be tough to lose Julia, even as we wish her a happy and well-earned retirement. Congratulations and all the best to you and your family, Julia. And with that, that concludes my opening remarks. If there are no questions, I will turn it over to Chief Hildebrand. Chief?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dan. The report on operations in this month's committee materials begins on page 13. During the month of February 2022, B&T experienced a restoration of traffic counts as the service area emerged from the COVID-19 Omicron surge. With a steady recovery throughout the last full month of winter, B&T reports traffic counts that were stronger than last year but down versus February of 2020. Paid vehicle traffic in February of 2020 was 23.5 million vehicles, which reflects an increase of 28.5% over the 18.3 million crossings we had last year in 2021, but 4.4% lower with 1.1 million fewer crossings than we had in February of 2020. EasyPass market share was 95.2% in February of this year, which is consistent with the previous month and with last year as well, but slightly below what it was 2 years ago. For March of 2020, preliminary bridge and tunnel traffic was 12.4% higher than last year in 21 and 44.5% higher than it was in March of 2020, during which we first experienced the restrictions brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. And according to preliminary traffic data, traffic for March of 2022 is 0.1%, 0.1% higher than it was back in March of 2019. Gasoline prices increased in February of this year for the 14th time in 15 months, with average prices of $3.72 per gallon in February, which is $1.11 higher than last year and $1 more than they were 2 years ago. Favorable weather conditions had a positive impact on bridge and tunnel traffic in February of 22, with 2.7 inches of snowfall as compared to the 23.2 inches that fell in February of 2021, and we had no snow in February of 2020. With that, this concludes this month's report on operations, unless there are any questions, and I thank you.
I see no questions. Thank you, Rich. I'll now turn it over to Eric Osnes, Vice President and Chief Safety Officer. Now report on safety.
Okay, thanks, Danny. Good morning, everybody. February 22 report, which begins on page 29, continues to show performance metrics to be generally positive. B&T's safety report highlights include the following. B&T's February 2022 total collision rate was 3.9 per million vehicles, which is 37% better than rolling year 2019-2020. This period is significant as it represents the 12 months prior to the start of the pandemic period, where B&T's current traffic volumes have reverted to and are within 3% of what we experienced at that time. We believe that the reduced collision rate is directly related to engineering controls and continued efforts to educate our customers in conjunction with law enforcement strategies. In comparison to rolling year 2021, collision rates are about the same as last year. The collisions with injury rate was 0.66 per million vehicles, 27% better than 2020, with a slight uptick from last year. Employee safety metrics over the 12-month period are as follows. The employee lost time injury rate in February was for February 2022 was 5.5 incidents per 200,000 hours, which reflects a decrease of 8% from both 21 and 20. So that's the safety report if you have any questions.
Any questions? Okay, there are no procurements this month, and if there are no further questions, this concludes the B&T report.
Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn? Second?
Second.
Vote to adjourn? Yeah. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit and Bus Committee meeting. Let's get started with our safety announcements.
Your safety is of foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen to the following instructions. In the event of an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and 911 should be called. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell D down the hallway past the elevators. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. I'd like to begin today's meeting by thanking all our employees, the first responders, and everyday New Yorkers who immediately responded to the shooting on Tuesday, April 12th in Brooklyn. Your quick thinking saved lives, and we are grateful to all of you. New Yorkers, unfortunately, know tragedy, but more importantly, New Yorkers are known for our strength, courage, compassion, and determination. After the April 12th incident, we continued to use the system, riding the subways and buses back home that afternoon, a bit more vigilant, looking out for each other. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart to all those who helped that day, and to those who to all those who are injured. You remain in our thoughts. Before I turn the meeting over to regular business, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Craig Cipriano for his hard work and dedication as interim president of New York City Transit. Craig took the helm at a critical time for transit, and under his stewardship, we brought back our combined subway, bus, paratransit, and Staten Island Railroad riders to a pandemic high of 4.95 million. Craig saw transit through the worst of our crew shortage, streamlining training programs to get more bus operators on buses and more subway operators and conductors in trains, serving New York City as fast as possible. He challenged his team to try new approaches to solve problems and to build and improve on existing metrics and performance. Craig, you did it by fostering creative thinking within your leadership team and finding solutions to issues and limited resources. Your energy and commitment to the role will be difficult to match, but I know you'll bring the same level of commitment to your new job as Chief Operating Officer. Thank you very much, Craig.
Thank you very much.
As I told him before, he's not really going anywhere, but anyway. So now we're going to move on to our public speakers.
Good morning. We have 9 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask all public speakers to adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I'd also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton De Souza.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. First, I wanted to thank our NYPD and our MTA staff that working together of saving customers, and I do want to thank the MTA crew. But I do want to thank Chief. I really want to thank your transit officers that really do the hardest work of trying to make sure to keep our MTA subways and buses safely, because we have seen a lot of incidents going on in Brooklyn, but we've seen how Transit 34 has been working with our local communities, and I hope to see that in the more future with other areas. But Craig, I will still be working with you always. You know, we'll still have some great times also. But I will say this again: we have to still work on together, everyone, to make sure that our transit system is not just safe, but ADA safe as well. And I do want to thank how the Queen's redesign is going very well, and letting everyone know. We do need to remind everyone to please attend those, because we need to hear your opinions, your comments, and let's work together, everyone. Let's stop the fighting. Let's work together and have peace and love, because we want to have better transit. We want to have better buses so we can get to where we have to go. Let's stop this who's right, who's wrong. We need to work together. Andy Byford says, let's move forward. So I'm going to say this again. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Charlton De Souza, followed by Jean R.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton De Souza, President of Passengers United. And today, the members of our organization are calling on the MTA to add surveillance cameras in all the new subway cars, including the R160s and R179s, because, the incident that happened at 36th Street, there was no cameras on the subway cars to get images of the suspect. And if you look at other agencies in the United States, like SEPTA, NJ Transit, you look at all these agencies, they have cameras. Even the Long Island Railroad has cameras in its newer cars. So what I want to know is why, with transit workers getting assaulted, passengers getting robbed and assaulted, there are no surveillance cameras in the subway cars. So I spoke to the New York congressional delegation, and many of the members told me that they agree that there should be cameras in the cars. Even some of the progressive members support that measure. So I feel like it's up to the MTA board now to get this rolling. I've spoken about this at prior meetings, and we need a level of security. As far as metal detectors are concerned, yes, that does work, but it has to be a system where you need also private security guards. I actually spoke to one of your private security guards in the system, and many of them are making minimum wage. You guys need to raise their salaries and give them more money. Now, in terms of the Queens Bus Redesign, I want to say that a lot of our senior citizens and ADA community are being left out of the Queens Bus Redesign because they don't know how to use a computer and they don't know how to log on to these meetings. That's why attendance has also been low. So, I do agree that we all need to work together, but at the same time, we also need the support, of our elected officials to come together. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Jean R., followed by Lisa Daglian.
Hello, I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York. I am going to speak about the on-demand excess ride pilot and the refusal of taxi and for-hire vehicle drivers to pick us up, especially wheelchair users. A few weeks ago, I got stranded in Manhattan for almost 2 hours because no one would pick me up. The app just said no vehicles available, and so did the person who answered the phone at Limitless and Excess Ride. But this problem is throughout the pilot vendors, as well as when Excess Ride tries to get a rescue ride for someone. Of course, there had to be someone available in all that time from all the drivers associated with the Medi app made by Limitless. This is not an unusual occurrence for any of us. We are aware that there are fewer drivers than before the pandemic, but we had problems with the apps then too, as well as drivers refusing to pick us up as an excess ride rescue and in person. I eventually had to get and pay for a Lyft ride so I could get back home to Brooklyn. What I want to know, and what many people are puzzled by, is when the MTA has a contract with a company to provide cars, and those companies have their own contracts with drivers and bases and fleets and cab companies, how is it that drivers can deny us rides time after time? Drivers should not be allowed to pick and choose what rides they want to do, even if they are so-called independent contractors. To us, it feels like discrimination and a violation of our civil rights, like other groups are also refused rides. Why is this allowed to go on? And why aren't the MTA and the TLC doing something about it? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, or PCAC. This is our first meeting since the April 12th shooting on the N train, and we'd like to again thank the transit workers who showed again that they are true heroes. Their actions saved lives and prevented a worse tragedy. Thank you also to the regular riders and first responders who stepped up to help the injured and scared. You exemplify the best of New York. And to the police, thank you for your hard work to get the guy. It took a lot of resources, yes, including MTA cameras, to pull together the details to reach that moment. New Yorkers are tough, and the next day we got right back on that iron horse. But we're also fed up. It's good to see that arrests are going up, but unfortunately so is major crime. This cycle must end so that riders feel safe enough to get back on board in the numbers we need to see to keep the system going. We want to get where we're going safely and reliably. For most of us, transit is the only option. Unfortunately, there's also been some bad news on the reliability front, and we're hoping to hear more about the causes of the major delays and what's being done to prevent them, including progress on track intrusion detection. It's frightening to read that March 2022 saw the highest number of persons on roadbed, police, medical major incidents since late 2018. In the spirit of transparency, we'd ask that you break that down further. We're also interested in knowing the causes of the signal incidents and how they can be prevented. Clearly, congestion pricing money can't come soon enough, and investments in prevention can certainly pay off in disruption savings. Thank yous are also in order. To Craig, we appreciate everything you've done on behalf of riders and are so glad you'll be sticking around to continue to guide transit. To Sarah and team behind Open Data, thank you very much for all you've done to unleash a treasure trove of information, which of course means we just want more. We welcome the great jump out of the gate. Thank yous to everybody for being great stewards of the environment. As Jano noted on Earth Day, transit is the antidote to climate change.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning, Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union, the first independent worker-led union in the entire United States. This month, I came as an Amazon worker. Not only as an Amazon worker, I came as a subway rider. And why is that? Since 2015, I've been riding the subway system every single day. But what happened at 36th Street on the 4th Avenue line touched me personally. But there's one single person that has been in Transit PD, but hasn't answered, not even to activists like myself, nor to the MTA board. And that person is Catherine O'Reilly, who is right now on patrol. So, we want a meeting with Commissioner Sewell and with Catherine O'Reilly. Because of Catherine O'Reilly is because we're having the situation that we're having right now in our transit system. And I know that Jason Wilcox is doing the best that he can, but we need more. And not only we witnessed the incident that happened at 36th Street, the other day I saw a guy in the rear of the R train as I was getting off at my home station at Atlantic Avenue Barclays Center. What is going on, folks?
Please conclude your remarks.
I'll do, Kate, and I'll see you guys in the next meeting.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Andy Pollock.
What are the three most important issues that this organization faces? Safety, speed of the buses and trains, and costs. The previous meeting, I was supposed to meet with traffic engineers at the lower level of the Henry Hudson Bridge to begin the process of legalizing illegal lines. I got ambushed. The meeting never happened. They didn't bother telling me it wasn't going to happen. You've got 200,000 traffic engineers embarrassed to say, we've been doing it wrong for 40 years. This is distracted driving month. The information you give drivers needs to be consistent and the same every time. That was taught to me by somebody who's now on your staff. She's an excellent traffic engineer. So what do you do about it? Ask questions why the lines on a road are not correct. They were designed 50 years ago. You all have cell phones. You communicate differently. Virtually nothing on paper. The lines on a road should go where the snowplow goes. They should be clear, and a solid line should mean one thing. A dotted line means this line goes somewhere else. People are getting killed, and for every accident, there are other things that cost as much. Traffic, because you bring an ambulance, you bring a police car, you bring a fire engine. All those costs have not been figured in. Everybody's afraid of these people called traffic engineers. They don't want to be embarrassed. You've got all kinds of stoplights on the back of your cars, different shapes. Cars are different. There is no such thing as a bumper anymore. And yet the lines on the road are the same they were 50 years ago. Give drivers honest information.
Please conclude your remarks.
How many times do you want to blow it? I heard you. By the way, I can't understand you when you have a mask on. People sometimes need to see their things.
Please conclude your remarks.
I am concluding my remarks. Those were my conclusions.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Andy Pollock, followed by Joseph Rappaport.
Hi, Kate. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Kate. Thank you, Kate. Hi. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Hada. Morning, Craig. Morning, everyone. So, well, 2 weeks ago, we saw what happens with this crime wave going on in New York City. Somebody decides to go into a subway and does the unthinkable. But thanks to our heroes who work in transit, a lot of lives were saved on April 12th. So today, I am going to request that the MTA look into installing cameras on the subway cars, particularly the R160s, the R179s, and the brand new R211s that are expected by 2025. South Korea and Japan, for example, they have cameras in their subway cars. So why isn't that the MTA, the largest mass transit agency in all of North America, not have cameras in the subway cars? This doesn't make any sense. Thank you, by the way. Take care. So I'm walking out of 7-Eleven, by the way. But in regards to that, my point is it's time to install the subway cameras. We need safety in the subways now. One more point. I'm still wondering, why isn't cash being accepted in the subway booths? I was at Fulton Street on the 4-5 train, not Fulton Street. Yes, I was by Bowling Green a couple weeks ago. Lady tells me there's still no cash transactions. I want to be able to put cash in the booth, put money on my Metro card. This has been going on for too long. So please start accepting cash transactions at the subway booths. I would really appreciate that because I asked this request last year and it didn't get filled.
Please conclude your remarks.
That's pretty much it, Kate. I'm going to conclude my remarks. Thank you so much, and I'll speak at Long Island Railroad later this afternoon.
Thank you. The final speaker will be Joe Rappaport.
Good morning. I'm Joe Rappaport, the Executive Director of the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled, also known as BCID. We add our voice in thanks to the brave union transit workers who helped at 36th Street. We also thank Craig Cipriano for his dedicated work at the helm of transit. And congratulations, Jason, on Amazon. 5 years ago to the day, on April 25th, 2017, my organization and other New York City disability groups, including Disabled in Action, filed 2 lawsuits against the MTA with our attorneys, disability rights advocates. We charge that the MTA violated New York City human rights law by not having a fully accessible subway system, and that it wasn't keeping the elevators it already had in good repair. 2 years later, in 2019, we brought another lawsuit as well, charging that the MTA had violated the Americans with Disabilities Act by renovating stations without making them accessible. It's been a long 5 years, and in spite of many court hearings, negotiating sessions, and some positive change in the rhetoric at the MTA, including an expansive plan by a previous New York City Transit president, we're still waiting for settlements. I hope we get there soon, not only on the basic accessibility question, but on the maintenance issue as well. I also want to remind the board and staff that we'll still be pressing on accessibility if and when our lawsuits are settled. You have a great deal of work to do to make subway stations accessible and safe otherwise, to make sure you keep bus routes available for disabled New Yorkers, and to turn things around on Access-a-Ride, including the issues Gene Ryan just raised, especially after the MTA had made so much progress just a few years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, this concludes the public comment session.
Thank you so much. Before I'm going to turn it over to Greg. Greg, are there any changes in the work plan?
No, Chair, there are no changes to the work plan.
Great. Okay. Can you start off with the President's report?
Yes, thank you. So good morning. I'd like to open today's meeting by thanking New Yorkers for their support and prayers on April 12th. It was a harrowing day in our system after the shooting on an N train in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Like you, my first concern was for those injured, our riders throughout the system, and our New York City Transit employees. I'm so proud of our employees for their quick response in evacuating our customers to safety. Their heroic actions saved lives that day. And I'm proud of our entire workforce who took extra care, remained vigilant, and kept our city moving on that dark day. We've been through some challenging and difficult times lately. Your steady presence in the system as a voice of calm and an authority people can look for help in a crisis is so critical. Your dedication to your jobs and to our riders is what keeps our system and, in turn, our city running. I'd also like to extend my appreciation to Chief Wilcox and the NYPD and our state and federal partners who responded, investigated, and apprehended the individual responsible. Your professionalism and dedication to this great city is unmatched. And now I'd like to say a few words about cameras. First, I would refer everybody who's looking at our camera program to the police department's statement from the day after the event. The police department pointed out that there were 36 separate requests that yielded 4 positive results. We have over 10,000 cameras in our subway system and another nearly 5,000 in our buses. 600 cameras just on the N line in Brooklyn. 36 separate video perspectives that they looked at on that day of the event. And many of those we had several images of the suspect getting on the train, getting off the train, and riding a bus. So we worked intensely with the police supporting that based on all those camera resources. And the cameras. The story of our camera system is quite amazing. We increased our cameras by 60% in just a few short years because we decided to make it a priority. That's 2,000 cameras just last year. And nobody sent us a pile of additional money to do that. We made it our priority. We got a camera in every station, and we got there in just a few short years. It cost us hundreds of millions of dollars to do so, but we did it. And our camera failure rate is just about 1%. Some additional outages that are scheduled because we have work, and we have to take down the comm system. But that 1% rate, as the NYPD emphasized, is at the very bottom, the lowest of any agency that they work with. We field many requests for video at the MTA from the NYPD every day. That leads to the arrest and identification of hundreds of suspects. And I'm very pleased with our camera program. It's one of the most comprehensive camera coverages in our region. And now on to ridership. Overall, subway ridership increased by 4.6% the day after the attack to 3.22 million riders. And in Brooklyn specifically, It climbed by 8.3% to 717,000, up from 662,000 on Tuesday. Our latest ridership numbers are coming in at about 4.7 million, or about 58% of our 8 million pre-pandemic riders. Our highest ridership in 2022 was 4.8 million on April 5th, when subway ridership hit 3.36 million. We have recently seen 9 days in April with ridership coming in over the 3 million mark. And buses had almost 1.5 million riders on April 5th, and paratransit, 25,847 trips on April 13th. While I remain encouraged that our numbers reflect that many riders have returned to the system, I recognize that overall, returning ridership has plateaued. Together with our state and local partners, and with the help of NYPD, we will continue to work hard to gain our customers' confidence to return to the system. And Omni use has increased in tandem with returning ridership. We recorded 1 million taps in the subway alone on April 8th, the first time we've hit that milestone on one mode in a single day. The new fare payment system now accounts for approximately 1/3 of the market share, a notable increase from just a few weeks ago. And this is no doubt was helped by the introduction of fare capping, which let customers ride for free after the 12th trip in 1 week period. And finally, I'd like to express how grateful I am for the privilege of leading New York City Transit these last 9 months as interim president. As I assume the role of Chief Operating Officer, I look forward to working with our new president, Rich Davey. Rich will lead the finest team of individuals in transportation. They are truly second to none, and I thank them for their dedication and commitment. So I thank you all. We all look forward to welcoming Rich on May 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Do we have any questions for Craig? Okay. Lorraine?
Hi, Lorraine.
What? Oh, yeah, this counterintuitive thing. I want to go back to one of the earlier questions that was raised by one of the public comments, and it's about accessoride and the no-shows. And I know that you've been working hard on that. I think we need to really put some more work on that. It's the amount of complaints that I hear from my perch as Commissioner for Aging, it's tremendous. And and we hear about the improvements, we hear about the additional subprimes and all of that, but yet nothing is happening with the actual system of signing on, waiting for a car, giving feedback. And I think that's one of the things that we have to correct first. And so I know you're going to tell me that we're working on it, and I know we are working on it, but I think that we need to be a little more deliberate about this, because people are aging every day. People are going to use paratransit every day. And we have these communities that are so dependent on it. And we just cannot not give it the kind of attention that we're giving to cameras, that we're giving to electric buses, that we're giving to everything else. This is not a paratransit. This is a transit system for a segment of New York City, and that's how we have to look at it. And unless we do that, and I have issues with our contractor. What is it, CGL, CLG, whatever they are. They've had this contract for a long time, and things have not improved, and I have some real serious concerns about it. But I just want to know, when can we start seeing some major improvements? Because we hear about it over and over and over again. And that's the definition of insanity, expecting a different outcome. We can make the difference, all right?
Sure. So if I may make just a couple comments, and I appreciate your comments. One thing I just want to share is that, you said, when are we going to start focusing on paratransit? I think, quite frankly, Chris Pangilinan, who just came on with us, paratransit used to report in through buses, and recognizing that paratransit is one of our 3 core modes of transportation, we organizationally recently made a change, and that's why Chris is here now, where we raised the elevated paratransit reporting directly into the transit president, so that we focus on subway, bus, and paratransit equally. So that's one piece I just want to share. Make sure that it's out there. The other thing is, and you see it in the committee numbers and the performance numbers, and Chris is going to speak to it, we actually have made some good progress over the last few months. Certainly in the fall, based upon everything that was happening with COVID and, market availability, our no-show rates had gone up, our on-time performance had suffered, but we've been chipping away, and you'll see that over the last few months, both on-time performance has improved, as well as the no-show rates have come down. There's still some more work to be done, no doubt, but Chris and the team are focusing on that, and, we're headed in the right direction there. The one thing I do just want to share is one of the speakers had some comments around our e-hail program specifically, and the challenges around getting a car in that e-hail program. We are taking a close look at the e-hail program, but one thing that's important to recognize that the e-hail program, and I recognize that it provides that our customers who have availed themselves of it use it, and they appreciate the flexibility they have. It is what's considered a premium service. In other words, it's outside the paratransit sort of mandate, and it takes advantage of the the industry and the market out there to give our paratransit customers an opportunity to get a car at the time. One thing we cannot do is we cannot insert ourselves between that, because if we do, then it becomes a paratransit service, and then there's other triggers that, such as random drug testing that trigger there. So just one thing to keep in mind, I recognize that the e-hail has provided our customers some flexibility, and we're taking a closer look at how we can move on in that program. I just wanted to share that. But I appreciate your comments for sure. Thank you.
Victor?
Thanks, Lorraine. It's nice to have someone else digging in on this issue with me. Craig, the last 9 months have been great working with you. You've been transparent with me, and I'm sad to see you go, but I'm glad you're staying because I still get
Not going anywhere.
I know, and I still get to bug you, so I look forward to that and making the change that we really need to, and I know you've been committed to that, so thank you for your service. What happened in Brooklyn and the shooting, it's pretty devastating for everyone, and I know MTA has been working hard at repairing all of that, figuring out what went wrong, and continuing to reassess. And with that, I spoke last time there was an evacuation about people with disabilities. So I want to know, I want to figure out what needs to be done for people with disabilities. So if I'm stuck in that train, what happens? Where do I go? I know you have some plan in place. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but what that plan is, and as you refine it for unfortunate events that happen like this, we need to really be able to communicate those to riders. And we can do that in lots of different ways. Number one is there are paratransit people that do take the subways and buses as well, getting the message out to them, putting out to disability communities like the ones that are advocating on testifying today. So we need to do that. So we need to convey that plan to people with disabilities. And as you refine it, I'm more than happy to dig in with you because I do have some emergency management skills that I can put forward. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Victor. Right after that, we did take the opportunity to start the conversation with Q. I see Rachel's here. So we are having those conversations, and obviously it's not just us. We'll work together with our partners at FDNY, NYPD, but we did start those discussions, and I appreciate your comments.
Right, and I was going to say, Victor, FDNY was on the scene, so we were able to help everyone that needed help.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Greg? Yes, and
Craig, I'll echo everyone else's thanks to you and glad you're going to be staying around. So obviously I'm a big supporter of the cameras in the system. They've caught any number of bad people, including people who've committed crimes not in the system, but as you recall, the Central Park rapist ran into Fifth Avenue, 59th Street. The image was caught and they caught him a short time later. So I think it's great. I'm just wondering if a camera goes down or if the internet feed to connect the camera goes down, are we notified or is transit notified in a timely manner that that particular camera is not transmitting or is down so that crews can be sent to fix it?
So all our cameras that do stream, they stream back to our C3 center and also to the NYPD directly. We get notified almost immediately. I think NYPD does every 24 hours is doing a continual check. And so we get notified either through our C3 center or through NYPD.
So it's within how quick a period of time would you say when a camera goes down for whatever reason that?
Yeah, within the 24-hour period we would get notified. In this particular case, just to give you an example, we were already working in that room when the incident happened, and then we had to evacuate. So we knew about that before even the incident.
Was there something particular that caused the 25th Street station also to malfunction, their camera?
Yes, it was all one issue. So 25th, 36th, and 46th, 45th,
yeah.
I'm sorry, all connected through that one
I see.
server room.
I had a feeling.
Yeah, it was all connected. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Bobby, do you want to add something? Okay. Got it. Okay. All right, perfect. Okay. I'm now going to turn it over to Demetrius so you can discuss subways. Morning, Demetrius.
Good morning. Before I begin my report, I'd like to briefly speak about an incident early this morning involving a signal helper who was struck by a train. The details of the incident remain under investigation. I joined him early this morning in the hospital. The employee sustained injuries to his ribs and arm, but he's in good spirits and will remain in our thoughts as he begins his recovery. Moving on to this month's report, I'd like to first thank the subway staff who responded heroically to the events of April 12th. These crews came to work that day and began their duties expecting an ordinary day. The train crews on the scene, including train operators David Ortiz and Michael Catalano, and conductor Raven Haynes and Willie Sanchez, were faced with unimaginable circumstances and had only seconds to evaluate the situation. They used their training to keep customers calm and then acted quickly and decisively to get customers off the train where the incident occurred and usher as many people as possible onto an R train to bring them out of 36th Street Station. At the same time, station agents and cleaners on the scene quickly relayed information and assisted customers out of the station. Additional staff from throughout subways responded to the scene to support the police investigation and keep as much service as possible moving, while station agents, conductors, and other staff were deployed around the system to help customers find alternate routes while service was interrupted. The station's team established a temporary barrier to allow service to resume through 36th Street while the investigation continued, and then thoroughly cleaned the area. Thanks to these efforts, we were able to restore service quickly after the incident, with some Brooklyn-bound service along the 4th Avenue line at 4 p.m. and Manhattan-bound service at around 6:30 p.m. Full service, including reopening of 36th Street Station, resumed less than 24 hours after the incident. Now I'd like to present March results, which show continued progress in making the customer experience more reliable. I'm pleased to report that Subway's reached an important milestone in our efforts to deliver service reliably. Not only was weekday service delivered risen to 94.5%, its highest point since last April, but every single line has service delivered over 90% on both weekdays and weekends. Weekday on-time performance increased to 82.2%, 1.6% better than a month ago, and the number of trips canceled due to crew availability decreased by nearly 70% compared to December of 2019. Our aggressive hiring and training efforts have proven successful in making more trains available to customers, shortening wait times, and providing more service each day. While we're running additional service, March also saw dips in some operational metrics, including major incidents. There were 18 major incidents involving persons on the roadbed and police or medical response, the highest since late 2018. While overall delays from these type of incidents were down slightly compared to February, several were particularly disruptive. Thanks to our partnership with the city and state on the subway safety plan, we expect these delays to improve in the coming months. There was also a significant external event that affected service, including the fire at Flushing that required a temporary suspension of 7-line service to Main Street Station and delayed 233 trains on March 17. Overall, we see the customer experience becoming more reliable. Customer journey time performance, or the percentage of individual customer trips that were made on time, is up to 83.9%. This is 0.3% higher than last month and the highest since May of 2021. We look forward to continuing our upward trajectory and making the customer experience faster, and more consistent. Finally, I'd like to thank Craig for his leadership and commitment to subways during his tenure as interim president. I look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with him in his new role as Chief Operating Officer. I also look forward to working with Rich Davey as he assumes his role as president next week. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Demetrius. Do you have any questions for Demetrius? Okay. If not, we move on to Frank. Update on buses. Morning, Frank.
Good morning. I also want to extend a huge thank you to Craig for your advice, guidance, and leadership as interim president of New York City Transit during some of the most difficult times in our history. We look forward to working with you as a Chief Operating Officer and as we welcome Rich Davey to the role of New York City Transit President. This month, my heart goes out to our colleagues in subways and the victims of the Sunset Park incident on April 12th. The actions of the subway teams were nothing short of heroic. I would also like to recognize the amazing work the buses team in providing critical shuttle service throughout the day and into the night, taking affected customers where they needed to go. As the last few years have shown us, we have the best team in the business who rise to every single challenge. Turning to bus performance in March, I am pleased to report that this was the second consecutive month of improvements after the Omicron surge. Almost all indicators showed improvements over the previous month. In particular, service delivered was 96.4%, or 1.8% higher than February. Weight assessment was 77.7%, or 2.1% better than February, and close to pre-pandemic levels. These improvements reflect on our aggressive efforts to address operator shortages and effectively manage service. At the end of last month, we celebrated the release of the new Queens Bus Network Redesign draft plan. And last week we held the first 2 of 14 virtual public workshops scheduled through the spring and summer. There is still plenty of room to make changes, so please go to our website, new.mta.info/Queens Bus Redesign, and register for one of our workshops or just submit your comments. In celebration of Earth Day this month, we were proud to showcase one of our latest all-electric articulated buses at the New York International Auto Show. It is important to recognize the crucial role the MTA plays in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Converting our entire bus and non-revenue fleet at New York City Transit to zero emissions will save over 500,000 metric tons of carbon emissions. We are working aggressively towards this goal. And at the board meeting this week, we will be presenting on the progress we have made towards getting the bus fleet to zero emissions by 2040. That ends the buses report.
Thank you, Frank. Do we have any questions for Frank? If not, we move on to Chris, who will provide the paratransit report. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. Thank you. With ridership in February up 15% from January, primary carrier service performance indicators remain at or better than our goals. On broker service, we continue to mentor MWBE firms and see performance holding steady due to various incentives that are encouraging drivers to return to perform AAR trips. On primary carrier service, the 30-minute pickup window for on-time performance declined slightly from last month by 4 percentage points, however remains at the goal of 94%. No-shows per 1,000 scheduled trips was at 1.2, still better than the goal of 3 and better than December 2021 performance of 1.9. For broker service, the February 30-minute pickup window was 93%, maintaining the 90% performance level for the third consecutive month. Broker no-shows at 4.7 remains above the goal of 3, although significantly improved by over 45% from 8.6 in December 2021, and we continue to recognize the ongoing need to push this down. These results indicate that the incentives continue to help improve broker services despite an increase in ridership and traffic congestion. As a direct result of better on-the-street performance, our call center performance achieved 95% of calls answered in February, which is at goal. We remain cautiously optimistic that with the tools available to us, supply will meet future demand for service and performance levels will remain stable. Preliminary results in March show this trend holding. In April, the week of the 11th was our busiest since March 2020, with 3 consecutive days over 25,000 trips. And lastly, I want to thank Craig for his leadership and his mentorship during our short time working together so far. He has been a strong supporter of paratransit and an ally that the disability community can count on. And I also look forward to working with Rich when he comes on board next week. I also want to recognize all the wonderful paratransit staff at 3300 Northern, who I continue to meet as I get up to speed, for their great ideas which they have shared with me so far to maintain and improve service quality going forward. That concludes the paratransit report.
Victor.
Welcome, Chris. I'm glad you're getting a good chance to dig in with the staff, and I'm hoping everything's going well. So it's a good staff over there, and I'm glad you're taking their ideas because they're the ones working on it every day and can change things. As far as I see that the numbers are going up for ridership, which is great. I am a little concerned. I know you guys have all been working hard to incentivize, get more brokers, and so on and so forth, and those are all good steps. And ridership is a little bit lower than it was when we were having this problem in October, but it is creeping up, I see, from the numbers that were provided. And I just hope that when it does reach that mark and goes over that mark, that you're fully prepared to take this on and not have the issues we were having with on-time performance and call centers, because I know the call centers were a mess, and it's good to hear that the call performance has gotten better. So I just hope you're taking all the steps that are needed to make sure we don't fall behind. And I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Any other questions? Lorraine.
Yeah. Chris, welcome. I just want to thank you. I think for the sake of, as we're making these movements and these improvements, and you have a fresh view on this, the one thing that I would recommend is to, when you're reporting an increase in numbers, give what was the mitigation strategy that moved that. Because I think people will then see or have a sense of confidence that there's some things in effect, that it's not just the same old, that we looked at the problem and we're coming up with other solutions. And I think a little more context to the numbers gives people a sense of confidence that we are giving it the kind of focus that we need to. So that's just my suggestion to you, and welcome. Look forward to working with you for the time that I have on this board. Thank you.
Thanks. Sounds great.
Any other questions for Chris? If not, thank you, Chris. I'm going to move on to Rachel Cohen, who's in for Q. Rachel, can you give us an update on accessibility, please? Good morning.
Of course. Good morning. How are you? At our March committee meeting, Interim President Cipriano announced the creation of a working group focused on addressing the challenge of bus access for parents and caregivers traveling with children in strollers. I'm happy to report that we've selected 13 members to sit on this working group. Collectively, they represent our bus operator unions, parents and caregivers, and customers with disabilities who ride the bus across our city, and we held our first meeting on April 14th. We plan to meet with the group throughout the next several weeks and work toward recommendations on how we can improve bus access for this group. Like the recent update to our AutoGate policy and our redesign of buses to provide more flexible seating, this is another step to broaden our definition of accessibility. And it's one that's especially timely as we welcome more and more riders back to transit. We're encouraged by the initial discussions, and we'll be sharing the working group findings and recommendations to the committee, to MTA leadership, and to the public this summer. Second, an update on our elevator replacement projects, which continue to move forward across the subway system. In April, we put the final 2 elevators undergoing replacement at 34th Street Herald Square back in service, and completed the replacement of elevator 215, which serves the express platform at 34th Street Penn Station on the 123. This elevator includes a new passenger assistant speakerphone system with a 2-way texting feature within the elevator cab, and it's the first elevator in our system to have this feature. Following the completion of this replacement, elevators 214 and 216, which serve the local platforms at Penn Station on the 1 line, are now out of service for replacement. And we just take this opportunity to remind our customers that real-time elevator status information is available on the MTA website, maps on digital screens throughout our system, print and digital signs at impacted stations, and through announcements in stations and on trains. We thank our customers for their patience during these elevator replacement projects and hope that you will all enjoy returning to a more comfortable, reliable elevator ride when these projects are complete. And that concludes our update for this month. Thank you.
Any questions? Sorry, Victor.
Thank you. Rachel, thanks for the update on 34th Street. Now we can see the Rangers go to the playoffs. Let's go Rangers. Sorry, Hayda. As far as strollers go, it'd be great. I believe there's a balance. A lot happens in Europe where they go to the back of the bus. And now with that, we have all boarding. Maybe that's an option, and maybe there can be some seats that fold up that we can get there because there's more room to maneuver up there, back there than it is when it's crowded. So maybe that's an option, and I look forward to seeing this happen. So thank you.
We're encouraging this working group to look at all possible options and come back with recommendations that can increase access and, not cause access issues for other customers. So looking forward to reporting back.
Okay, any other questions for Rachel? If not, we'll move over to Sarah for an update on strategy and customer experience. Good morning, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to give a brief update on Omni and our efforts to make the retail network work a bit better. The retail network, just as a reminder, is meant to support those using cash and those who do not have access to contactless cards. There are a significant number of customers who are sort of locked into this old school credit card method by their transit benefits accounts. We know that there are a lot of Eden Red accounts out there that have this issue. So after a ton of legwork and phone calls by the Omni, Cubic, and strategy and customer experience teams, we're proud to announce that the card shortages customers were initially reporting have significantly improved, especially at Walgreens, 7-Eleven, and CVS stores. 11,283 Omni cards have now been sold by over 952 retailers and at the Transit Museum store in Grand Central Terminal. We're also working to ensure that we have the appropriate geographic distribution and that all cashiers at these locations are trained to sell and reload these Omni cards. 2,000 locations are now technically enabled to sell Omni cards. As we've mentioned previously, once those vending machines, the Omni vending machines, are placed in subway stations beginning in the fall, those will be the primary method that customers will be able to use cash to reload their Omni cards. So the retail network right now is being used as the sole access point, but in the future, the CVMs, the vending machines, will be much more accessible and much more available to our customers, and we anticipate those being used a lot more than the retail network. The Omni team also launched a live chat assistant on the Omni website as we're gearing up to dramatically expand the reduced fare Omni pilot program in June and the paratransit Omni program in May. We expect a lot of customer inquiries and questions, so we're getting prepared to handle the volume and ensure we're all set up for success, and happy to answer any questions on the program as it stands right now.
Any questions for Sarah? Okay, if not, we move on. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move over to safety and security. Bobby?
Sure. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'd just like to take a moment to also thank Craig for, not only his leadership, but also for always challenging us to think out of the box. We know each other a long time from the beginnings of the Eagle team, and I just want to say that it's been a pleasure as you were in that position of interim president. And everyone in the safety and security group looks forward to working with you in the COO position, as well as working with Rich when he comes on board. Just want to say thank you. All right, with that, I'll give you the safety report. When comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one, subway customer accident rates decreased. It's worth noting, though, that these 12-month rates have decreased each month since March of 2021. Bus collisions and collision injuries increased while customer accidents were relatively flat when comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one. However, bus collision injuries decreased noticeably when compared to the most recent pre-pandemic period. To address some of these increases that we're seeing in Department of Buses, they send out a weekly talking points to their entire management team, and all statistics are incorporated into their training classes and shared with personnel in road operations as well as in the depots. Employee lost time accidents showed a decrease when comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one. And we have seen an increase in subway fires when comparing the last 12-month period to the previous one. Debris fires have seen a decline, though, since February as a result of cleaning initiatives in the Department of Subways. It should be noted that for March, vandalism accounted for 84% of station fires, which were low to average severity. And with that, I'm going to stop here and ask Chief Wilcox to please give the crime report. Chief?
Thank you. Good morning. Craig Cipriano, since I arrived here in January, it's been a privilege to work with you. Your excellence, your professionalism, your friendship has been greatly appreciated, so thank you so much for that. So with regard to the train attack at 36th Street in the confines of District 34 back on April 12th, I want to take this moment to thank the MTA for their partnership. The collaboration with the MTA at that scene and throughout that entire day, including members sitting here right now in this room, greatly assisted our ability to control the scene, to help the injured, and enable the NYPD, including our many responding officers and investigators, including the bomb squad, the emergency services unit, and the crime scene unit, to safely, effectively, and methodically do their jobs. It was already stated, New Yorkers, listen, we're a tough and resilient bunch, and we look out for each other. The next morning, I was back out in Brooklyn in those same train stations and same train lines affected by the attack. I saw New Yorkers back on the trains and back in the stations, back at it, moving forward. I saw our transit officers patrolling and protecting. I was proud of them all. Let me emphasize, this awful and intentional criminal act will not deter us. We will continue to patrol our subways with the determined effort that we initiated at the beginning of this year, with emphasis on these tenets of our subway safety plan. Uniform train patrol. We have done 113,000 train runs this year, an increase of 34%. Enhanced presence, enhanced visibility throughout the system. Greater attention to serious quality of life issues. Focused enforcement efforts to fight crime. Our arrests are up 63% this year. And continued nightly coordinated operations with Department of Homeless Services and Health and Mental Hygiene regarding homeless conditions in the subway, on the trains, and at the end of the line stations. In the past, I've spoken about felony assaults in the subway earlier this year at this very meeting, but we continue to see increases in this area, where overall transit crime, including larcenies, robberies, have managed to stay at averages that are less when compared to pre-COVID levels. The same cannot be said for felony assaults, where we see a continued increase over time. We have seen an increase in the area of 33% this year in felony assaults when compared to 2021. It accounts for about 29% of our total major crime picture. The multiple shooting assaults from 36th Street have affected this increase, but there are other driving forces as well. We have seen an increase of over 70% of stabbing, slashing assaults. Such type assaults account for 8% of the total. Way too many. Assaults with objects, a stick, a cane, a hammer, are also up 48%. Many of these assault incidents have started as a dispute, a bump, a shove, a shoe stepped on, or an argument over a seat that then quickly escalated to violence. We have also seen over 20 felony assaults of MTA employees, more than 25 assaults on police officers, many of which began as a quality of life engagement. We have made many arrests for these crimes. Approximately 60% of these incidents have an arrest. And we have also made over 230 arrests for cutting instruments this year in the transit system. We are deeply concerned by these assault numbers, and we, along with our detective squads who investigate these incidents, will stay focused on this area. I also want to mention the crime of grand larceny, particularly snatches from the hand, the majority of which are electronic items, mostly cell phones. We are up around 19% this year in overall snatches so far in 2022. This accounts for a quarter of our total grand larceny picture. So just to those listening, just please stay alert when looking at your cell phones in the subway. Stay focused and see what is going on around you or who may be getting close to you. I also want to note, when we look at these crimes, the utilization of MTA cameras and the video obtained from them continue to assist in our investigation and help us solve crime. I just want to also mention some new and important developments in the Transit Bureau. Deputy Chief Christine Bestedenbeck has been named Executive Officer of the Transit Bureau. Joining with our other Executive Officer, Tom Pinella, they form a strong executive leadership team, both having significant NYPD transit experience. Chief Bestedenbeck has 24 years' experience with the NYPD, including the last 10 years, where she has worked as an executive in the Transit Bureau, where she commanded the Brooklyn Transit Task Force and Transit District 1 in Manhattan, and most recently oversaw the daily operations of the Office of the Chief of Transit. In addition, we have 2 new district commanding officers in Brooklyn. Captain Yasir Salim joins our transit team as the commanding officer of Transit District 30, covering the lines and stations in downtown Brooklyn. He joined the NYPD in 2004 and started his career patrolling the subways as an officer at Transit District 34 out in Brooklyn South in the Coney Island area. Captain Hawan Kim, after having worked since 2019 as the executive officer at Transit District 32 in Brooklyn, where he did an exceptional job, he now takes over as the commanding officer of that command, District 32. Captains Kim and Salim are both excellent up-and-coming leaders in the NYPD, and we wish them great success in their new transit commands. And last, but definitely not least, we have 67 newly assigned police officers who have now been assigned to our subway training unit. These young officers graduated from the police academy the day after the attack at 36th Street and came to us that Thursday. I have spoken with them now in smaller groups and as a collective whole, and I expressed to them the importance of their new assignments and the significance of the timing of their arrival to patrol the New York City subways and keep people safe. They get it, they understand, and they are determined as well. So with that, I'm going to just say thank you all for your continued support, and any questions?
Before we ask questions, Chief, thank you again from the bottom of my heart for April 12th, and thank you for putting the new leadership team together and for the 67 new, I guess they're not recruits, additions to the transit team. That's great, and we look forward to working with you, but thank you again.
Thank you.
Lorraine?
Thank you again, Chief Wilcox. I have to just say that it is so gratifying to hear your opening remarks, Jano's remarks after the incident on April 12th, and everyone's remarks, because when I first got on this board, which wasn't that long ago, it really was, and I remember the city employees, it was always like this, what is it, a Russian roulette kind of shooting squad where we were always looking for someone to blame. And I just am so gratified to see the cooperation. I hope, and because I know that that just moves things forward. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for your leadership and also for the team that you've assembled.
Thank
and
you.
Godspeed to those 27 or
67.
67 recruits.
67.
Okay. Here's a question that I have. And this is an incident that I'm very familiar with because it happened to my general counsel. Do we have protocols in place? Or maybe the suggestion is, should we have protocols in place? And I think it's you as well as Sarah's team. When someone is victimized on a train or a platform and they have the and they're getting assistance from transit, which was greatly supported by transit staff. Do we have a protocol in place for, do we stop trains to look for the perpetrator? What do we, or what is the protocol? Because this particular individual that I know got conflicting information from the officer versus the station staff. So I think it would be helpful, for us to start at least knowing what the protocol is. We have to see something, say something. We should have some protocols because the incidents are happening a little more and more frequent than we would neither of us wants, but protocols in place so that victims could know exactly what they should do, what should be the next step that they should do. Should they get off the plane, get off the train, and what those should be, and those should be more, we should have a public education campaign. So my question is.
So Lorraine, let's just jump in, because there is a very robust protocol in place. Craig, I don't know if you want to.
Is there? Because
there is.
Because I asked Jano about it, and
Well, I
Jano's
don't know
gonna
what you
get back
did with
to me.
Jano, but we can tell you, and believe me, it's in place.
Great,
Oh, okay,
good
let
to
me-
hear, but then,
I'll start off, and then Chief
Right.
Wilcox and others, could chime in. So, I mean, whenever, one of our customers has an incident, either on a train, on a platform, I mean, by all means, either, find a subway employee right away, notify them. We have help points throughout our system, you can go through the help points. But what happens is then that immediately goes through our rail control center, and that gets put out over what we call the 6-wire. So the 6-wire sends information to PD or fire department, depending on what the specific incident is, and then it's all coordinated at our rail control center. As a matter of fact, since the subway safety plan has started, Chief Wilcox has put extra resources in our rail control center, and we work very closely with those resources between PD as well as our own people, on the ground at the particular station, both service delivery and station personnel. And depending on the incident, decisions will be made on whether it, requires something to be done with service, or, our main core is to obviously, address the situation, but keep service moving to the best that we can. But, Chief Wilcox, by all means, if you want
Right,
to.
I mean, so just to follow up on that, every crime is a unique situation, and every victim is unique. So, I mean, the key thing, as you said, it's just to let somebody know, whether it's to call 911 or to alert somebody in the train crew or at the platform or somebody in the booth, so that they can let the 6-wire know, so rail control can get it out to 911, get it out through to us. I have a supervisor, a sergeant working in rail control 24 hours a day, co-located right there at sort of the seat of this, so to help us get information out quickly. So that's part of the protocol. And then if it's a crime happening in progress, it goes to 911 and outsourced, and then they coordinate it, and resources are, driven to that incident. But the key thing is to let people know as soon as possible, so we can get there as soon as possible.
yeah, thank you for that. And Haveth, I'm glad to know, and thank you for informing me, because I had asked Jano the same question about the protocols. Now I guess there is a communication campaign that we need with customers so that they may be more aware of what those protocols are and what are some of the next steps.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
If not, we're going to move on to Judy McLean, who will brief us on service change. Judy?
Good morning. This month, there is one service change staff summary in your committee book, which is for board information only. We are proposing to revise a small portion of the Q102 route due to changes that our partners at New York City DOT are making to 21st Street in Long Island City, Queens. These changes will add bus priority and pedestrian safety improvements. The Q102 currently provides local bus service between Astoria, Queens, and Roosevelt Island in Manhattan via Long Island City. The recommendation is to revise the travel path of the Roosevelt Island-bound Q102 in Long Island City to use 40th Avenue to travel from 21st Street to Vernon Boulevard instead of 41st Avenue. DOT plans to implement a bus lane and other bus priority and pedestrian safety treatments along 21st Street between Queens Plaza South and Hoyt Avenue. These include adjusting legal left turns on 21st Street. New York City DOT will prohibit left turns, including those by the Q102, from northbound 21st Street onto 41st Avenue, and will install a left turn bay on northbound 21st Street at 40th Avenue, 1 block north. There will be no change in annual operating cost, as the net travel time and distance would remain the same. The proposed implementation date is this spring or summer upon implementation of the revised traffic patterns by New York City DOT. Finally, I just want to thank you, Craig, for your leadership and support, and I really look forward to continuing to work with you when you were the COO. Thanks.
Thank you, Judy. Any questions for Judy? Before we move on to Lou, I need a motion to accept the March minutes. Wait, corrections? Wait, let me accept the David, go ahead, David. Go ahead, Andrew.
Sure. On page 6, under the list of public speakers, Joe Rappaport's name is misspelled. It just says Rapport.
Ooh.
And on page 10, under Strategy and Customer Service Report, it says, as they have been calling in internally, when it should say have been calling it internally.
Great.
Other
Okay.
than that, that's it.
Okay. Do I have a second to accept the minutes as amended?
Second.
Okay, second. All those in favor? Aye, against? Motion approved. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to Lou. We have procurement, and we also have another vote. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to take a minute, Craig, to thank you for the time I worked with you, for you, dotted line reporting, whatever it was always a pleasure, and I always learned a lot, and you've been very supportive. Thank you. The New York City Transit procurement package includes one item for an estimated amount of $37.2 million. This item is for the exercise of an option to purchase 52 R252 flat cars from Harsco Metal Rail that will replace an aging fleet and will be used by New York City Transit Department of Subways. The option includes related non-car items such as spare parts and technical documentation. A flat car, when moved by a locomotive, is designed to handle and transport track maintenance machinery and other heavy equipment, materials and supplies supporting work throughout the New York City transit system. The base contract for the purchase of 65 flat cars was awarded in June 2018 as a result of a competitive request for proposal under an immediate operating need. Two options were included: Option A for 27 flat cars awarded in October 2020, and Option B, which is the subject of this procurement action. Based on an anticipated award in May 2022, the first flat car will be delivered in July 2023, and the final car will be delivered in September 2025. I submit this procurement for board approval.
Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the procurement? Okay, so Randy, yes. So second? David? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, any other questions from anyone? If not, I need a motion to adjourn. Randy? Andrew? Second, Andrew, all those in favor? Okay. Back at 12:30, folks. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. With apologies for the tardy start, I'd like to call to the April Capital Program Committee to order. Do we have members of the public who have signed up to provide comments?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. We have 4 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Ms. King. Go ahead.
Thank you. Our first speaker will be Anthony Jason, followed by Murray Bowden.
Jason Anthony is acknowledged and respected.
By the way, it's Jason Anthony, not Anthony Jason. Thank you, Jano, for that. Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. That is the first worker-led independent union of the United States of America. So, why I'm here on Capital Program? This month, I saw that Jamie Torres-Springer is bringing up updates regarding Cbtc work on 8th Avenue, but not on 6th Avenue, Queens Boulevard, but not on 6th Avenue. But why not the entire corridor? Because as you guys know, 6th Avenue 9 has a mix of R160s and R68 trains that are as old as myself. So, Jamie, when are you going to give us an update regarding 6th Avenue line south of Rockefeller Center? Because it's way overdue. Because the signal components are installed already. So we need reliable service because I use the 6th Avenue line because that's the line that provides service to my home station that is Atlantic Avenue Barclays Center. So let's get the updates right because it is not fair that we get update for QBL, 8th Avenue, Culver, but not 6th Avenue. There's something wrong here. Let's do it right next month, Jamie, shall we? We don't want to, call you out next time, shall we? I'll see you guys in the next one.
Please conclude your comments. Thank you, Mr. Anthony Jason.
That's not the way that they call here.
Our next speaker is Mr. Murray Bowden.
Me here today is global warming and the fact that we have to deal with global warming in new and different ways. After World War II, there was a shortage of materials and there was a lot of bridges that were down, and they developed cable-stayed bridges which could be built with minimal material and quickly. Then we developed fancy bridges and we used a lot of steel and a lot of concrete. But with global warming, we have to reduce that back to basics. How do we provide transportation across a gully using minimal time and effort? I also noticed that they're ordering new buses, electric buses. Unfortunately, we haven't got 40 or 30 years to wait for them to be all replaced. The Mack Bus Truck Company has a new program where when your diesel engine burns out, they replace it with another engine powered by hydrogen. That's relatively new. Over-the-road trucks will fill up with hydrogen at the throughway places or, in the case of buses, at a bus garage. But you don't have to wait to build a new bus for electric. You can take the same bus that needs to be repowered after, I don't know, 2-3 years, chassis still good. At that time, instead of going to electric, you could repower it with hydrogen. And the problems of the delivery of hydrogen and where to get it from, people are working to develop ecologically ways of getting green hydrogen and not dirty hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next two speakers are virtual. The first speaker will be Mr. Christopher D. Greif, and he will be followed by Mr. Charlton De Souza.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. Thank you for that big welcome. I want to remind about the Capitol that I hope we can still work on is please making sure that stations are up to date as well as accessibility, not just on the subways, but along the Metro North and Long Island Railroad as well. As signages are disappearing a little bit, we do need to make sure signages are up to date on all train stations and wherever we have MTA. We're reminding also with the Capitol also, I hope we can also work on getting more additional cameras, not just at the stations, but as we're getting the R211 trains coming in that have cameras also right now. But I hope in the future we can get other trains that can try to get at least a decent camera. But I remind you, we need to make sure those trains are still running on the schedule, possibly. But we need to make sure that Capitol, please make sure accessibility is all across the board, including making sure that all buses are up to date and making sure ramps are working properly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next and last speaker is Mr. Charlton De Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton De Souza, President of Passengers United. And as I said at the New York City Transit Committee meeting, is that we spoke to the New York congressional delegation and we told them that we needed cameras in all the newer subway cars. So at the Capital Program Committee meeting, we need you guys to get this done. Approve the federal funding, and just get it done. Because right now in New York City Transit, there are no cameras. But you go to SEPTA, you look at the Long Island Railroad, they have cameras in their cars. So, you know, your transit employees are getting assaulted, passengers are getting assaulted, and the police don't have those physical cameras to pull the surveillance from. The only surveillance we have is at the turnstile. So that needs to be improved on. And also in terms of the Long Island Railroad, I did speak with the elected officials about the Hollis station. We need to make sure that we get the funding to fix the Hollis station. And I've been saying this over and over again. I know you guys are doing a design and that you're working on getting it, put together, but that's all good. A design is good. I've heard that for the last year. What we need right now is to get in there and get the station rebuilt, including the tunnel underground. And that tunnel might pose a big issue structurally. So you'll need to look at that. You'll also need to look at opening new entrances and also working with, the borough president's office to fix the surrounding garden over there at Hollis. Because there's a lot of illegal dumping and there's a beautiful garden that could be built. We also need a station house built. So I want the station, the Hollis station rebuilt from the ground up, everything, new lighting, everything better. All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the public session.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. King, and thank you to all the speakers. Copies of the March Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed, from what I'm told, and are available on our website. Are there any changes or comments on the minutes? Time having expired for changes or comments? Okay.
On page 6, you may want to update the spelling of Verrazano when speaking about the bridge.
This is a matter of some controversy, but
yes, it is.
We'll allow you to debate it before we change it. Any other comments or changes? Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you for the second, the approval in the second. Any opposed? The motion is, the minutes are approved, the motion carries. Mr. Savio, changes to the work plan?
Just to the work plan.
All right, let me turn it over to the MTA Cnd President, Mr. Springer, for his update.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Pleased to be with you again this month. Just a few updates before we move on to a presentation from our team from the Signals Department. First of all, pleased to announce that next month, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, all right, okay. Okay, a few updates for you. I'm excited to announce that next month we'll hold our first large public meeting on the Interborough Express on Thursday, May 19th. We'll host a virtual town hall meeting to provide the public information about the work that's gone into the project to date, detail the process going forward, and take in input and questions. We are planning in-person engagement as we move forward in the project. We're starting with a virtual town hall on this project next month. The new Clifton shop for Staten Island Railway is now in use. Last Friday, the C&D and Construction and Development and New York City Transit and Staten Island Railway teams were out there to thank the workers who made construction of the new facility possible. It is an amazing state-of-the-art facility. It goes a long way toward making Sertoa self-sufficient for its maintenance needs, and that will make a big difference for Staten Island Railway riders along with employees who work there. So we're very excited about the completion of this project. At the full board meeting on Wednesday, you'll be hearing more about bus electrification efforts, and there was an announcement with the governor about that on Friday, on Earth Day. I do want to highlight a couple of construction and development specific milestones that have been reached in support of that. Firstly, we put out a request for proposals for a Gun Hill electric bus charging facility. This is an exciting project led by our transit-oriented development group. The RFP will leverage private investment to deliver the core of a 225 bus electric charging facility adjacent to the existing Gun Hill Bus Depot. It's an innovative approach which we need to kickstart bus electrification in the Bronx and across the city. In addition to that, the Jamaica Bus Depot Rfq, the request for qualifications to get the Jamaica Bus Depot reconstruction going, will be issued this week. This is another cutting-edge project that will see us rebuild the Jamaica Bus Depot with brand new facilities and electric charging capabilities. At the Finance Committee, there will be a vote on the Westbury Transit-Oriented Development Project, which will create more than 200 homes and create a new public open space to improve LIRR customer connectivity to the station. This is a great project that checks a lot of boxes for both the MTA and the communities we serve, and I'm pleased that the work of the C&D Transit-Oriented Development Group has made this, this project possible over a long period of time. We will hear today from our Signals business unit, mostly focused on communication-based train control. So I wanted to just do a little bit of background from our end to set that up. So as many of you are aware, Cbtc is among the most critical projects that the MTA has, and I'm excited that the team is sharing the progress we're making in replacing a signaling system that is in some places over 85 years old. The MTA is a pioneer in implementing Cbtc technology. Canarsie was the first line where Cbtc was successfully installed in an existing heavy rail subway system. For background, Cbtc is a modern signaling system that uses radio communication between onboard and trackside equipment for timely and accurate train operation and control. Cbtc means better, more reliable, faster service for riders. The information that is generated between those new signal systems tells us precisely where trains are within our system rather than having to approximate based on segments of track. What that means is better train service because we can safely run trains closer together and respond to incidents with much greater precision. It also takes a lot less wayside equipment to operate, which means there's less to maintain and less that can break down, which is how we get to enhanced reliability. We've focused our deployment of CBTC in areas with the most critical state of good repair needs, but we've also focused on areas of the city where there aren't alternative forms of mass transit. You'll be hearing about the Queens Boulevard line today. It's a great example where riders along the E, the F, the M, and the R trains in Queens don't have other subway options, so delivering the reliability of CBTC is especially valuable. I want to introduce a new senior member of the C&D team, Gregoire Soulmont, who joined us as a co-business unit leader for signals and train control, along with Dan Creighton. Greg comes to the MTA with many years of experience modernizing rail signaling systems around the world, and he's already helped us move forward with additional innovation and initiatives in this complex area, as you'll hear about today. I'll pass it back to you, Chair, to introduce our presentation.
Well, I think that the introduction is we're going to hear from Gregoire Soulmont and Dan Creighton of C&D Signals and Train Control. We're going to hear from Gregoire Soulmont and Dan Creighton about the C&D Signals and Train Control projects, and then we'll be followed by the IEC report. Go ahead, please.
Great. So good afternoon. I'm Dan Creighton. I'm the co-business unit lead for Signals and Train Control. I'm here with Gregoire Soulmont, as just introduced, the other co-business unit leader. The Signals and Train Control business unit is responsible for signal modernization projects across the New York City transit signal system. There are currently 17 projects under management totaling $3.2 billion, 60% of which is focused on communication-based train control, CBTC. Before proceeding, I'll just jump on what Jamie had presented on the project, the benefits of CBTC. So it improves train performance, it increases speed for more consistent operations, it is more reliable, resulting in fewer failures, and it increases capacity. CBTC is already in place on the 7 and L lines, and we will provide updates to the 5 largest projects currently underway. Greg?
So the first project we are presenting is Queens Boulevard West. It is for the E, F, M, and R trains serving the communities in Queens. We are proud to report that since February, these trains are operated under CBTC from Manhattan through the entire QBL West corridor. The project brings the signal system to a state of good repair. It will increase reliability and improve performance. QBL West is the first interoperable project in revenue service. Interoperability allows components from different CBTC suppliers to operate together. It will provide a competitive market and secure access to the technology for the decades to come. Additionally, half of the B division fleet is now CBTC equipped and ready for further CBTC deployment. CBTC in service means that more than 70% of the old signals have been decommissioned without being replaced, drastically reducing the need for maintenance on the right-of-way. And contrary to the previous CBTC project, the old equipment is being removed immediately as part of the closeout. QBL West presented a unique complexity as it involved multiple lines, multiple car shops, and multiple contractors. We are very grateful for the support of Subway through the expected and unexpected challenges of the deployment. Division B is also moving towards the same level of integration as Division A. On Division A, a centralized system from the RCC called Automatic Train Supervision, or ATS, has replaced the tower-based distributed operation. ATSA provides efficient global operation over our interconnected A division. The foundation for centralized operation on Division B will be in place by the end of the year, thanks to the ATS delivered under this contract and the Information System Integrated Management Project, ISIMB, which will be discussed later. ATS-B is already providing train tracking over the B division and interlocking control with CBTC oversight over the QBL West corridor. Its functionality will expand beyond the current corridor as the CBTC deployment progresses. CTOS, the new CBTC operator simulator system, is a good example of Subway and C&D working together to provide solutions to challenging issues. On previous Cbtc project, training was done on the track during outages. This was a logistical problem with mediocre results. The training is now performed with a state-of-the-art simulator which provides an effective teaching without constraints. Over 1,000 of a total of 3,400 operators have been trained to date this way. QBL West is now in its final phase. The outstanding key items are the in-service of automatic train operation, which will optimize train performance, the transfer of control from the towers to ATSB at the RCC, and the resolution of the outstanding reliability and maintainability issue on the onboard equipment. We monitor in detail Siemens' progress towards these objectives. Our second project presented today is 8th Avenue, which will start to provide the benefit of Cbtc on the A and C trains between 59th Street in Manhattan and Hyde Street in Brooklyn, and will extend it for the E trains from QBL West to the terminus at the World Trade Center. This project includes 3 contracts. Westside with LK Comstock, Cbtc equipment of the R179 and the R160 trains with Siemens, and the Cbtc equipment of the R211 trains with Thales. The Cbtc equipment of the trains is progressing well. For the R211s, with the support of car equipment, a different approach has been followed. Contrary to the previous project, the Cbtc installation and testing are not done in-house. The R211s are delivered to New York City, already equipped and tested, saving shop resources and car downtime. Also, the interface between Cbtc and both R179 and R211s have been modernized. We are happy to report that on both accounts, we are making good progress, as demonstrated above with the first test in New York of an R211 in Cbtc. 8th Avenue is the first Cbtc project that uses axle counters instead of track circuit for the auxiliary wayside detection of the trains. The public who pays attention to the track will see more and more of these yellow boxes shown on the picture. Axle counters can be installed and tested while the existing track circuits are still in operation. This means more efficient and less stressful migration from the old system to the new system during the weekends when the Cbtc is commissioned. And contrary to track circuits, axle counters do not require preventive maintenance. The wayside work is progressing well, on budget and on schedule. However, the conversion of the Cbtc requires that the R211 Cbtc fleet is in service. The cutover sequence is being modified to mitigate delays on the car side.
The next project we'd like to discuss is the Culver Line, which will improve reliability and resiliency on the F train between West 8th Street and Church Avenue in Brooklyn. It will resolve current operational issues by replacing several very old interlockings and improve reliability. The project is currently 78% complete, and unlike the QBL West line, which includes separate contracts for suppliers and installers, this project adopted a single combined contract for the installer and supplier. The project has made progress with signal cable installation at Avenue X interlocking and field testing at the Avenue X relay room. Field testing for the wayside equipment at Avenue X is scheduled for the Memorial Day weekend. The special track on the 100-year-old elevated structure located in Borough Park, Brooklyn, requires machining of individual ties to specific dimensions. This machining is particularly difficult because we have utilized special ties that are extremely dense to provide an extended useful life. Unfortunately, the existing conditions were not properly planned or surveyed prior to ordering the materials, resulting in significant rework of 329 ties at Avenue X. We are evaluating the effects of this rework on the project and resequencing work to minimize the impact of this special track work on placing the Cbtc in service. The fourth project we would like to discuss is QBL East, a recently awarded contract. QBL East project will extend Cbtc for the F train from Union Turnpike where QBL West ended into Jamaica 179th Street at the terminus, and replaces 4 85-year-old interlockings, improving reliability. This project will also increase competition among CBTC suppliers by integrating Mitsubishi with both Dallas and Siemens. Since award, both Mitsubishi and EJ Electric have mobilized, advanced existing condition surveys, and are preparing plans for how to efficiently advance the project. The final project to discuss was mentioned earlier when Greg discussed ATSB on QBL West, and is the Information Systems Integrated Management Project for the B Division known as ICE&B. Module 3 completes the infrastructure needed for the dispatchers working with the ATSB in the Rail Control Center, and includes a large-scale display and 41 workstations. A separate comprehensive analysis is underway to develop short and long-term improvements to the RCC as a result of last summer's operational issues. The ICE&B contract is unrelated to those issues. Some scope reductions for this project have been made to simplify the overall RCC IT system, and the project is on schedule and within budget.
In addition to managing ongoing construction projects, we are also moving forward to further the deployment of CBTC. We will follow a design-build procurement method with the following goals: encourage optimization between technology and the installation cost, optimize life cycle cost, and further encourage innovation and change. For instance, we are considering providing different means of protection for the work trains, allowing us to remove trip stop, which are old-fashioned mechanical devices that are currently ensuring train stops at signals. We are also considering CBTC deployments on the A division by exploring options to equip the existing fleet. This is in consideration of the schedule of the new car deliveries for that division. The projects selected are essential state-of-good repaired investments, as they will replace the last remaining mechanical interlockings in the system, as well as all remaining signals greater than 80 years old, some of which are actually over 90 years old. This project will also bring important reliability benefits. This includes the modernization of J Street interlocking, which provide critical service flexibility at the junction of the 4 major subway lines, 6th Avenue, 8th Avenue, Fulton, and Culver. And it includes also the installation of CBTC at the merge of A and C at Hoyt Sherman Horn, a choke point that currently limits capacity and is a leading cause of delays. This concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Before we hear the IEC,
Yeah,
Commissioner Jones.
I guess, I'm just going back because of my age. Everything that has happened from Superstorm Sandy to electrical fires to external attacks, what's the redundancy here? That's one question. And secondly, are all these programs interconnected? In other words, each line has a separate control center, or is it all centrally controlled?
So there are two questions. So the first one, all CBTC equipments are redundant. It's the case everywhere. And regarding the control center, so the ATSB is going to be used for all the CBTC projects on the B division. So there is one control center, ATSB, and it's expandable.
Well, obviously, I've been through power shutdowns for the entire city, been caught in a train, elevators. I mean, if it's going to happen, it'll happen in New York City. And the question of how do we protect ourselves from having the whole system shut down, because this is pretty complex.
Yeah, so regarding redundancy, maybe I should have added that there is the RCC, but there is also BRCC, there is a backup RCC. So in case of shutdown of the RCC, the B division will be managed from the BRCC.
And maybe we should just ask the team to provide a little more detail in a write-up about this issue of redundancy and certain kinds of scenario planning, okay? Fair question. Board Member Glucksman.
Thank you. A very interesting presentation, having been involved in it a lifetime ago with the L-Line CBTC project. I really like this one. Could we get a copy of the presentation for the board, please? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make a couple of comments, but first I want to hear from the RCC, if that's okay. Okay. Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're reporting on 4 CBTC projects this afternoon. The last time we reported on these projects was November of last year. On the Queens Boulevard Line West, the report is on page 26 of your committee book. As reported by C&D this February, the project placed CBTC into service on all sections of the QBL West project. This is a major accomplishment considering the project's complexity. Regarding its schedule, at 95% complete, substantial completion of the last third-party contract is projected for December of this year, once all ATS functions are provided and system stability and automatic train operations are achieved. Regarding the budget, the project budget is $666 million, and the estimated completion remains unchanged at $729 million. A budget modification for the $63 million shortfall, unchanged since last report, is still outstanding. Some observations. Previously reported issues with the Thales zone controller have been resolved, and it has now achieved stable operation. The Thales onboard computing unit needed to validate interoperability between Siemens and Thales equipment remains in test and has not yet been approved for passenger service, but there is no operational impact due to this delay. The removal of the decommissioned signal equipment is on track to be completed by this July. There continues to be radio communication issues between trains and the wayside. This May, the project is deploying updated hardware, firmware, and software to resolve the known issues. Lastly, the IEC is concerned that CBTC incidents during revenue operations continue to occur, for which root causes of these events need to be identified and solutions implemented as soon as possible. And this concludes our remarks on the QBL West project. The 8th Avenue CBTC project is on page 20 of your committee book. Overall, this project, which is 57% complete, remains on schedule with completion planned for January 2025. Regarding its budget, the budget and estimated completion for the original project work remain unchanged since last report. However, added scope has resulted in the current estimated completion of $774 million, an increase of $14 million. The IEC agrees with the project's revised forecast on this matter. Based on our review of the car builder's revised delivery schedule, the IEC finds that the R211 subway cars will be delayed, likely impacting the CBTC in-service on the A Express. A full report on the status of the R211 car procurement will be provided in June per the CPC work plan. C&D and New York City Transit are working to identify and implement a mitigation strategy which would minimize impact to the CBTC project completion and provide customer benefits as soon as possible. We also share the project's concern on room equipment deliveries, which are critical to the project. Lastly, the manufacturing of the axle counter system hardware is complete. The IEC is monitoring the development of the implementation plan to ensure procedures needed for revenue service are in place on time. On the Culver Line CBTC project, it is on page 33 of your committee book. Overall, this project is 78% complete. It is significantly delayed, but with adequate risk-informed contingency remains within the original budget of $482 million. Regarding its schedule, previously the project completion was delayed by 10 months due to late delivery of signal cable and data communication system equipment. During this reporting period, inconsistencies between ties and track conditions at Ditmas Interlocking has impacted the project schedule by an additional 5 months, moving substantial completion to November of 2023. Following a detailed design review, the project team is changing the special track work sequence. The C&D project team and Transit continue to work together to identify ways to minimize the schedule impact. It is the IEC's opinion that substantial completion may slip several more months due to the potential of long tie fabrication lead time. And that concludes the report on the Culver Line. On Queens Boulevard East CBTC project, the report is on page 38 of your book. This is Mitsubishi's first CBTC project at the MTA, and by qualifying them, MTA stands to benefit greatly through increased competition among CBTC suppliers. As just reported by C&D, the total budget and estimated completion for this project are $539 million. With respect to schedule, very early, both the installer and the CBTC supply contracts were recently awarded in December of 2021. The separate contract schedules are being integrated by the installer, EJ Electric. Also, a draft cutover plan has been submitted for the project consideration by Mitsubishi. The CBTC in-service date is May of 2026. Early project risks include that while Mitsubishi has qualified its system on the Culver test track, it now must develop a production version of their CBTC system and integrate it with Siemens and Thales onboard equipment. Second, there are multiple prime contractors. Each is responsible for providing complex portions of the CBT system. Effective technical and schedule coordination is needed between the three primary vendors. The IEC will be participating in a C&D risk assessment update planned for May, which will provide mitigation measures for all the major risks. And this concludes the IEC's report on QBO East CBTC. Now that I've concluded the reports, the IEC has a following programmatic recommendation, which applies to all ongoing and future CBTC projects. QBL West radio test results have identified a significant level of radio interference. To establish a basis for radio design, thereby ensuring reliable communications, the respective contractor on each CBTC project should be directed to perform an analysis of signal-to-noise ratio along each line in time so as not to delay the project's completion. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Albert.
As some of us have seen a demonstration of ultra-wideband frequency and the fact that it can be installed quickly and more cheaply and can be put on any car, and we just heard about a possible delay in the R211s, are we looking at using ultra-wideband in any of these places?
I might ask Gregoire to comment on that, but I will just say that ultra-wideband is one of a number of different technologies that could potentially solve problems for us, so we are looking at it. I see if there's anything that Gregoire wants to add.
Yes, that's true. I mean, I don't know. I mean, technically, ultra-wideband is attractive because it allows us to equip train quicker. So we are considering this option. Yes, that's right.
Chair, if I may, I just, it's a very good presentation. I just want to emphasize a couple of ways that we are being very innovative. I mean, as I mentioned at the top, you know, CBTC is a program that we've been at it for 25 years from the very onset. But what's happening in the projects that were just described, and admittedly, you know, we've heard there's some rocky moments in it, is because there's so much innovation required. I think particularly on the Queens Boulevard lines, what we're seeing is interoperability. So different equipment from different manufacturers being installed on different lines, but as you know, as I think the chair always emphasizes, in our system, we interline. We need to be able to move trains onto different lines, and that means that we need multiple suppliers of multiple equipment types. That's what's so complicated but so innovative about the QBL work. It also is very much related to what we're doing, particularly on QBL East, by expanding competition between equipment suppliers, and that it's early on, it's going well so far. We have big ambitions for bringing in those suppliers and making sure that they play a significant role. And then the other big thing, which Gregoire has emphasized a lot, is eliminating the conventional wayside equipment. And to Board Member Jones's question, that doesn't mean that we're eliminating redundancy. There's a lot of redundancy within the CBTC equipment itself, but we can accomplish so much by removing the wayside equipment when we're done. The other point that I wanted to make, which Gregoire made, but I just want to emphasize, is that as we did at the end of the presentation, we've laid out where we're going on subsequent lines within this capital program, and we're looking at innovative ways to package those different projects. And then we will turn our attention to what comes next, and as has been discussed over time with the board, where to go in the A division is a question that we're examining. There is real potential based on some recent work that's been done that we could retrofit existing cars that would get us to enabling CBTC on the Lex before the Lexington line, before we have full delivery of the replacement rolling stock. But that's something we're figuring out right now. But it certainly, the innovation that we've looked at over the last few months leads us to that possibility.
Highlighting those points of emphasis. Board Member Barbas.
Yeah, it's just a health warning, I guess, with all the different proprietary information in order to have competition and all the healthy innovation. Let's just make sure that our contracts don't lock us into too much proprietary, that we have flexibility in the future. And I'm looking at you because I know you're aware of that. But just, it's always good to do a little check and say, okay, we don't want to box ourselves in and not be able to adapt and have flexibility in the future. So.
I think we're ready to move on. I just want to shout out to our friends at the IEC. The level of detail and the partnership is in this area has been particularly strong. It's really complicated, and having a partner who's also give you an independent second opinion in this fairly complex stuff is of special value. So thank you, Joe, and thank you to your team. With that, let me ask Michael Garner to present our MWDBE update for our various programs. Thank you, Michael.
Great. Thank you, Chair Lieber. I'm here to give an overall summary of our results in our MWBE programs on the capital side. And so the MTA has an annual 20% DBE goal that we established via the FTA. We are currently at 23%, as you can see, so we are exceeding the goal. And the FTA requires us to report on contract awards. The state requires us to report on payments. And so we have an annual MBE goal of 15%. We're currently at 14%. On the WBE side, we have an annual goal of 15%. We are at 12%. And on the SDVOB side, we are currently at 4% awards and 1% payments, and that's due to a lag. So you make a contract award, and during the duration of the contract, the payments will catch up. And so we are on target on most of our metrics. Let me just also say that we are also using new strategies. One is to maximize the allocation of projects that's awarded to our small business mentoring program. This year, that goal, Tom, is going to be $76 million or better. Also, in conjunction with C&D, we are debundling and designing smaller packages, and that has resulted to numerous contract awards that's being awarded, prime contract awards that's being awarded to MWDB firms, and a large number of those firms are also graduates of our small business mentoring program. So if you talk about ROI, the actual return on investment on our small business mentoring program is starting to pay off. Because if you realize that the growth of our certified pool of MBE firms is going to be on the prime side and not on the subcontracting side. That's my report. There's a third page also, and it's listing prime contract awards, 10 prime contract awards to our certified firms. That's totaling $131 million. That's my report.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for everything you've done to keep everybody on track on this incredibly important piece of our work. We continue to excel in large part because of your team's leadership, so thank you. David Cannon, will you take us through procurements?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lieber. Good afternoon. Construction and Development has 5 competitive procurement actions being brought to the Capital Program Committee this month, totaling $62.4 million. The first item requests approval of the award of a publicly advertised and competitively solicited contract to Cbtc JV, a joint venture consisting of J-Track LLC and TC Electric LLC, for design build services for structural improvements on the 8th Avenue line in the amount of $51.6 million. Under this design build contract, the joint venture will make repairs to columns, beams, concrete roofs, walls, and duct banks, as well as structural steel rehabilitation and leak mitigation. In addition, the contractor shall refurbish an existing tunnel lighting room, as well construct a new tunnel lighting room, install a new lighting system along with associated work, and install and connect fiber optic cables at 5 locations along the 8th Avenue line. A two-step request for proposal procurement method was conducted to solicit this contract, which resulted in JTTC joint venture being unanimously selected for award based on their proposal offering the best overall value considering the technical strength of their proposal, their understanding of the work, their reductions in service diversions, and overall contract duration, both of which provide significant cost savings to the MTA. The remaining items request approval to award 4 publicly advertised and competitively solicited personal service contracts for the 2022 biennial bridge inspections at the Robert F. Kennedy and Verrazano Narrows bridges. These contracts were solicited as a single procurement and are for the Federal Highway Administration and New York State DOT mandated biennial bridge inspection at these 2 facilities. The contracts are as follows. Award of the RFK main line to HNTB New York Engineering and Architecture PC in the not to exceed amount of $3,373,633. Award of the RFK Harlem River lift span and approach ramps to AECOM USA Incorporated in the not to exceed amount of $2,555,601. Award of the Verrazano main line to Stantec Consulting Services Incorporated in the not to exceed amount of $3,247,771. And the award of the Verrazano approach ramps to WSP USA Incorporated in the not to exceed amount of $1,589,402. Under these contracts, the awarded firms will perform inspections, miscellaneous related design and engineering services, along with materials testing. These mandated biennial inspections assist in keeping the bridges in a state of good repair. The two-step request for proposal method utilized to solicit these contracts resulted in HNTB, AECOM, Stantec, and WSP being unanimously selected for award as the firms providing the best value to the MTA for these inspection services. I submit these 5 procurements for your consideration and vote.
Any question, Mr. Albert?
Yes, on the first item, the 8th Avenue one, you did not give the geographical boundaries of 8th Avenue line for these purposes. Can you tell us what it is? How far north, how far south? Thank you.
Appreciate the question. State of good repair, generic projects like that usually don't get much attention, but they are what keeps our system from falling apart. So we have to make those investments. May I have if there are no further questions or discussion, may I have a motion? Second? All in favor? Any opposition? The motion carries. The procurements are approved and move forward to the board. I think that concludes our meeting's agenda. May I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. We are adjourned.
No, you don't have to. No, come on, no one cares. All right, he wants to get his coat now. All right, let's call. Oh. All right, let's call this. Is this on? Can you hear me back there? Can you hear this? Yeah? All right, good. All right, let's call this meeting to order. Finance Committee for April 2022. Mark, public speakers.
Good afternoon. Yes, we have 5 speakers, 3 in person, 2 virtual. We will start with Omar Vera.
Hey, all I have to say though is just keep with the Omni rollout. Eventually, we need the Omni card that would be unlimited. But I like the deal that if you tap 12 times over the course of the week, you get a free ride. Well, free rides, unlimited free rides for the rest of the week. But just keep the rollout going and spend the money wisely. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Speaker number 2, Jason Anthony.
Yeah, the man of the month, Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union, the first worker-led independent union from the entire United States of America and created in New York City. Let's talk about finance. Amazon is one of those employers that is in our city, but has created a burden on Amazon workers like myself. But let's say the MTA also invests money in corporations like Amazon. And investing money in corporations like Amazon is no bueno. And let's invest in wisely stuff. Let's break the norm like my brother and President Chris Malls does all the time. So let's do creative things. Let's fix our infrastructure that is creeping all the time. Like I saw one comment on Facebook that said, "Fix your subway, it sucks." And I was like so disgusted to see that comment, and I was like, what the hell this person is talking about? And I wanted to bring that comment to your attention, and let's get to work, guys. And I need more board members to be vocal. Let's be vocal. I'll see you guys in the next meeting.
Thank you. The third in-person speaker is Murray Bowden.
This is the story about one line on the Henry Hudson Bridge that's wrong, that's going to cost the MTA tens of millions of dollars unnecessarily. Now, $1,000 is not much, but when you're talking about 10 million or 100 million unnecessary, that should get your attention. The line under the Henry Hudson Bridge on the left side is supposed to be yellow because, for the driver's information, the left side of your road is yellow. There's an entrance to a building there, but there's no sign that says you can't go in or anything else. Multiply that error, which gives permission to every traffic engineer around here to use wrong lines. Like underneath the George Washington Bridge, there's a split that goes to the bridge and it goes straight ahead. The line is wrong. Aggressive drivers take advantage of that, ride down the left lane, and then cut into traffic, causing road rage. I brought this to the attention of the board. There are 100,000 traffic engineers don't want to be embarrassed because they've been doing it wrong for 25 years. I can't do it. I'm B89. May never be here again. You want to save $100 million? Correct that one line on a Henry Hudson Bridge. We'll set the pattern for people to understand. Follow the law as currently written in the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Nothing new is created. Only follow the law as currently written.
Thank you. Next, we move to the virtual speakers. The first one is Charlton De Souza.
My name is Charlton De Souza, President of Passengers United. And for the Finance Committee, I spoke with State Senator Leroy Comrie last week, and he told me that he's very concerned about city ticket being increased to 50 cents. This was something that I had complained to the MT board and to the committee at last month's meeting. And so in December, when you guys voted on increasing city ticket from $4.50 to $5, y'all never had, that wasn't really told to the elected officials. And now, many constituents who live in Southeast Queens, including myself, we're fed up of paying $5 for city ticket when it should be $4.50 at all times. Now, I know you're probably saying, Mr. Chairman, and to the board members, you're probably saying, well, we gave you guys a discount, be grateful with it. Yes, but at the same time, city ticket was $4.50 before. So now if you take 2 trips, you're paying $1 extra. So that does have an impact on people. And I know it's not much, but a lot of people are struggling right now financially. It doesn't even come with the bus or subway transfer. And as far as Atlantic ticket is concerned, the $60 price is too expensive. State Senator Leroy Comrie did tell me he supports the weekly Atlantic ticket being $45. So guys, please work with them and let's see, we can get this amended and fixed sometime in May or even June, by June. Thank you so much, guys, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. The final speaker is Christopher Grice.
Good afternoon. It's Christopher Grice, not Christ. I don't know where Christ comes from. First of all, good afternoon. I am also supporting about the Omni, as we're getting ready to do the Omni reduced fare. I'm very glad that I'm seeing that the Omni is getting more information coming in. But I want to remind everyone that we do have to make sure that if we are changing any fare information, we need to also remind that you need to show the reduced fare price on everything from railroads to subways and buses. It's sometimes not on the website, but sometimes it is on the Long Island Railroad as well as on Metro North. Can we please make sure if any new fare changes comes in, please show us if the half fare price. It makes it easy for people who have Social Security, disability, or has a disability, so therefore they can budget their money. That also makes it easier for a lot of the customers who have a disability, who have the reduced fare card. Thank you so much. And it's Christopher Grife, Greif. I stand Grife, not grief. Thank you.
Thank you, and this concludes the public speakers.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, can I get an approval of the March 28th minutes, please? All right, second. Any edits, changes, deletions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions. Okay, that passes. Next, Mark, give us the budget watch, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Budget Watch is included in the exhibit book and was distributed to you today. Before reporting on the specific numbers, I did want to note that we updated the format and some of the content in the Budget Watch based on the feedback we received at the last committee meeting. Among other things, we added a table at the top that summarizes expenses and revenues together. And we also heard you were interested in seeing the revenues tracked versus the McKinsey projections, best case, worst case scenarios, and the midpoint, which we've added as well. Certainly open to continuing to update the format and content based on feedback. So we're happy to entertain anything further.
All right.
On to the specific numbers. In this particular report, we're comparing the operating results through March and the subsidies received through April versus the adopted budget. I always start with fare box and toll revenue, as you know, since they're particularly critical to our financial condition. As reported at many of the committees earlier today, particularly transit, ridership remains well below the pre-pandemic levels, and we're still falling well short of our revenue targets in the budget. Through the end of March, fare box revenue was $170 million below budget year to date, with shortfalls at all of the agencies. Transit and bus, MTA bus were down 16%. Long Island Railroad was down 21% versus budget, and Metro North was down 18%. On the flip side, toll revenue is favorable, $22 million versus the adopted budget year to date, as the total crossings have been meeting the targets and have been close to pre-pandemic levels. There is some modest good news in the sense that the magnitude of our losses has dropped compared to prior months. So when you take fares and tolls together for the month of March only, we fell $1 million short of the budgeted projection. In February, that shortfall was $47 million. So for the month of only, that was positive. But it is important to remember that the financial plan assumes that fare box revenue will continue to grow and ridership will continue to grow through the rest of the year. So the budget shortfalls will rise and widen, and the gaps will widen if we don't continue to see continued growth beyond where we are today. Moving to operating expenses. Through the end of March, the expenses were $247 million below the budget. And it's important to note here that some of it is timing related and some of it is true savings. We're early in the year. And we're going to keep monitoring those categories closely, the cost categories. The biggest driver, one of the most significant drivers here is payroll, which was $96 million below budget. And that's largely due to the existence of vacancies at all of the agencies. At the end of March, there were 4,889 vacancies, of which over 3,000 were non-reimbursable positions. Overtime expenditures exceeded the budget through March by $60 million, primarily related to vacancy and absentee coverage at transit. Debt service expenses were $21 million favorable, and that reflects the timing of deposits at lower than projected rates. Moving on to subsidies, this is through April now. Subsidies were favorable by $203 million. The main driver of this result was the real estate transaction taxes, which were $230 million favorable. Payroll mobility tax was also favorable by $20 million. MTA aid, tongue twister, was down $16 million. Petroleum business tax was down $15 million, and the for-hire vehicle surcharge was also down by $16 million. So that's a summary of the financial performance through March and April. Certainly, if there are any questions, happy to take them.
Board members, questions? So, please go ahead.
Tell me the vacancy number. Was it 4,000 what?
The total number of vacancies as of the end of March was 4,889, of which 3,120 were non-reimbursable. The rest were reimbursable,
Got it.
mostly capital positions.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
So, thanks, Mark. Just following up and to give the committee an update on the McKinsey study, which, it's underway. We're having, they're doing the work and we're having weekly calls. The, approach is really to get from McKinsey a forecast of a high range and then a low range, kind of, I'll say best case, worst case, but there can always be cases that are worse than the worst case. And within each scenario, there's a number of factors that will drive. The biggest one being, future of office work, i.e. what's the prognosis from work from home. Approximately 35% of MTA's customers, based on the sector they work in, have the choice to work from home, and what's that going to look like over the next few years. The other factors that will be adjusted between the two different scenarios are economic growth of the region in terms of regional employment and GDP, as well as population changes, looking at the outmigration that is taken effect. And then specific to the system, confidence and safety, people's belief that, is it safe, and how does that affect their choice versus alternatives, and different fare evasion expectations. Are we going to stay, where we are in terms of the current leakage from fare evasion, or will it actually build and get worse? So those are kind of the main drivers that we can, which will give us a range of outcomes, and we can tweak. Interestingly, from a COVID perspective, McKinsey's view is that the modeling will just assume we're in this, that COVID is an, endemic, and not, that there won't be, between the different scenarios, much different changes in COVID, but really kind of the fallout, both economically and commuting preferences post COVID. So it's underway. It'll be incorporated in the July financial plan, which we will expect. We'll have different results than what we're currently assuming, but that's the update.
David?
Yeah, I know it's not directly related to the day-to-day expenses, but where does congestion pricing fit into this? And for two different vantage points, theoretically, congestion pricing might make people reconsider coming in, and that would have an impact, some impact in terms of the revenue projection. I saw in the press, obviously, that we finally got something from the feds that we're supposed to be responding to, but I'd be interested in how you see this fitting.
Right. So, just again to review, and Pat, feel free to jump in if I miss anything, but the timing on congestion pricing is the balance of the year for the environmental review, and then it's approximately a year from approval to be up and running, which would get us into a revenue phase, call it early 2024. We are modeling, you're right, that congestion pricing, is expected to have a positive impact on the system by trying to, have more choose transit as an alternative rather than driving. And for those who will drive, making our bridge and tunnel facilities more competitive with the free crossings to get in. So we're modeling the impact of that. But again, the biggest driver is going to be certainly the future of office work and commuter patterns, which is will be impacted by congestion pricing in a positive way, but not the biggest determinant.
Yeah, I just have a couple. Oh, Jerry, you got some? Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know how doable this is, but would there be some way in the future that we could get every month just a quick recap, just a couple of bullet points about the overtime spending? And the reason I bring this up is because the media likes to feed on this. Just this past week, they were having a frenzy with the Long Island Railroad because certain people were doubling their salaries, et cetera, et cetera. When you put it out here, you know, weather-related responses, covering for, you know, vacancies, things of that nature, it makes it a lot easier if we get a call from a reporter or something. Oh, what do you think about this? It's nice to have some ammunition to come back and say, well, listen, it's not as bad as it sounds. You got this reason, that reason, and the other reason. Just, you know, something like little bullet points that we get from you so that we know that it's legitimate and, you know.
Jerry,
and sometimes that's all it, that's
Jerry,
sometimes
just check page 3 of the Budget Watch and see if that floats your boat.
Okay.
And just take a look and let us know.
Yeah, I'll also add, in addition, if you need a summary, we can add that. But each of the committee books for each of the agencies has 2 slides, very concise slides on overtime by reimbursable and non-reimbursable,
Okay.
which could be helpful as well.
All right, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And let's just look at this table and some of the.
All right, thank you. So it's a couple of points I want to make in Budget Watch. First of all, thank you for the adjustment to the addition of this chart. I don't know if anyone could take a look at this, or maybe we can put it on the screen for a sec, Mark. The far left chart on the. If it's too hard to put on the screen, then we can just. Don't worry about it. If it's too hard, so just fellow board members, just take a look at this. Oh, yeah, all right, this chart here. So as I understand it, the black line is performance, and our budget was on the midpoint of the McKinsey study. Is that correct?
That's correct. The solid green line,
right?
If you look on the, which is the midpoint between the.
This is the second page of Budget Watch, the piece of paper right in front of your computer. Yeah, yeah. So if you look at for board members, you look at the area underneath the green line, the solid green line, between the solid green line and the solid black line, that's our gap. That's our gap, which in the first 2 months of the year, first 3 months of the year was $170 million. So we're fighting to close that gap. And I think, as you thoughtfully said, we're fighting against work from home. We're fighting against people leaving the state for warmer and less, well, onerous climes, maybe. We're fighting it, and this organization is going to be dependent on it. So even when we have a revised study by the July plan, it may lower the green line, and we may be on that line then, but the gap we have, because we have a pretty heavy fixed cost base, it's not a lot of variable costs in our model. We're not going to reduce service any further. Let's hope we don't. But that is what this committee is doing. And the last thing I'll say is, well, I know you're going to come to us at some point with a more comprehensive cost takeout plan to drive out, but we can't cut our way to growth. We're not going to be able to cut our way to get there. We're going to have to find other revenue sources. We're going to have to rely upon businesses to get people back to work, because this system has to work for New York and the region. We just don't have, when I said New York, I meant New York. Yeah, state and city, the whole darn thing. And this committee can do its best to provide oversight, but we're going to need help from the top line from the state and the top line from riders. That's our burden in front of us. So with that, Pat.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin with Finance Watch this afternoon on page 19 of the book. We'll begin with a transaction that occurred on March 24th. We entered into a new letter of credit with PNC Bank to replace an exiting continuing covenant agreement, or basically a private placement with Bank of America. And as you can see here, this will take us out to March of 2024, this new agreement. Next, on April 5th, we executed a $1 billion forward refunding of certain transportation revenue bonds that will be callable on November 15th of this year. And this transaction was unique in the sense that we sold bonds in April that will settle in August to refund the bonds that are due on November 15th. And effectively what we were trying to do is take off the table and lock in some of the savings with respect to those refundings, given that we are entering into an escalating rate environment now. This is a type of transaction that we really have never done before, but it really speaks to the unique market environment we find ourselves in, as well as the substantial amount of borrowing that we need to do in the second half of the year. So as you can see here, this transaction was led by Jeffries as well as senior co-manager. Oh, sorry, I'm on page 19 of the book. Turning to the top of page 20, you see the summary statistics of the transaction. Our all-in true interest cost for the borrowing was 2.8%. As you can see here, there's an average life of 6.92 years, and that speaks to the fact that those bonds that will be refunded or taken off the table in November have a fairly short life of just under 7 years. And of course, as normally, the state division of the budget waived the bond issuance charge for that issuance. Next, we have a letter of credit extension on some transportation revenue variable rate refunding bonds 2020 B1. And this was to extend our existing letter of credit with PNC Bank. So this was just a renewal of that one, again, for 2 years. You'll get an email soon from Mta Cnd to let you know that we're printing a preliminary official statement today for another $1 billion PMT issue. And this issue will pay off a bond anticipation note that is coming due on May 15th. So this is a borrowing that we must do. And unique to this transaction is that our book running senior manager, Siebert Williams Schenk, is both a woman-owned firm and a minority-owned firm. They'll be working with Stern Brothers and Drexel Hamilton and Rice Financial Products on the transaction. So we'll report on that next month. Lastly, at the end of March, we executed a 2.8 million gallon ULSD fuel hedge. The winning bid was submitted by Cargill, and we locked in a price of $2.74 per gallon on that diesel hedge. Be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Board members' questions? Go ahead, Kevin, please.
Congrats to Pat and his team on the forward refunding, which really locked in $135 million of debt service savings that will help keep our debt service low throughout the financial plan period. And again, this was it's called forward, which sounds complicated, but it's basically getting investors to agree to lock in the interest rate today, even though the bonds are going to get delivered in August. And it was just a way to, again, as Pat described, we have plenty of bonds to issue and rates may be higher, may be lower, but this is a way to lock in some savings and not worry about those savings being lost to rising rates. And as a matter of fact, since the issue was sold, rates have gone up by, a good 30 basis points. So, I never want to congratulate someone for market timing because they'll, can be as wrong as many times as they can be good, but it was a good risk management strategy and budget savings approach. So,
yeah, so Pat, to that, I have 2 quick questions. One is just even a month ago, maybe 2 months ago for this board, pick a recent transaction of similar magnitude. What was the total in cost? Just roughly. If we're at 2.8% now, what was it a couple of months ago?
Sure. I'm just going to go into Finance Watch. And if we look at if we look at a transaction, part of the issue is if I compare it to a 30-year level debt or a 30-year structure, it's not going to compare equally because this is a shorter deal. But if I look at our for our inaugural PMT issuance in May of 21, that was a 2.02% all-in true interest cost. If I go forward to our 2022A, that was February 10th. Now again, that was a longer dated deal, but that all-in true interest cost was 3.18%.
But 10 years longer.
Not a pure apples to apples comparison, but it should indicate to you 2.8 for a 7-year average life, and that 2022A was a much longer life. But that was probably closer to 24 years on that one.
Yeah, so just so my colleagues and I, it's worth noting that interest rates are rising, and that's almost a whole percentage point in less than a year on a similar transaction. So we have to be mindful of that cost. And did you give a rough sense? What's the market trading at for a AA bond now? 2.8. Is it 30 basis points higher? 3.1? What should we have in our heads?
Our credit spreads have been widening out, and that's been a common occurrence with a lot of issuers in the market. Credit spreads, what we used to think about as a traditional transportation revenue credit spread of about 40 to 45 basis points is nearly double that now, and that just again speaks to not concerns about the credit, but the overall rate environment and the overall market environment we find ourselves in.
All right, well, thank you. Scary, but whether you have a mortgage at home or you have a $50 billion debt portfolio like ours, we have to think about it.
Yeah, just one follow-up commentary on that. Pat's group is monitoring. So for the February financial plan, which was based off the December budget when rates were lower, general tax-exempt rates are up, in the range of 150 basis points or 1.5%.
Right.
And so that increased interest cost will get incorporated in the July plan. But again, the fortunate thing is, that's for, for most of our debt portfolio, the interest rates are already locked in, and so it's the incremental over, this year and the next few years that'll have an impact on the debt service budget, which will be material, but very managed because so much of our portfolio we've already locked in fixed rates to the final maturity date.
All right, action items. Back to you, Pat.
Okay. So the first action item is on page 30 of your PDF on the iPad, and this is approval of transportation revenue anticipation notes. And let me just sorry. This resolution package will authorize MTA to enter into letters of credit or other agreements, or even issue publicly revenue anticipation notes for operating purposes. The board initially approved the issuance of what we call RANs in July of 2013, and we currently have 2 existing lines of credit outstanding, one with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, and that's for $800 million, and with Bank of America for $400 million, so $1.2 billion. Both of those facilities will expire in August of this year. And in order to be prepared for that expiration, we are bringing to the board, we are seeking refreshed authorization of our ability to issue revenue anticipation notes, either through letters of credit with commercial banks like I just described, or if circumstances would require, we could even go into the market and issue publicly issued notes. So this refreshes that authorization. It's still seeking $3 billion in total authorization, but as I said, we only have $1.2 billion outstanding in the current environment, and it is our expectation that we'll renew those facilities with both J.P. Morgan and Bank of America in connection with this refreshed approval. The revenue anticipation notes can allow us to raise liquidity quickly in the public market if needed, and it just also gives us flexibility to more efficiently manage our liquidity needs, which are significant and large. And again, we're anticipating moving forward with replacement agreements with both of those banks going forward. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, just to add on, again, you should think of this as standby conditional liquidity for, cash management purposes. This isn't, we're not looking to draw down this money and spend it. These are really standby facilities that are in place. And, we have seasonal liquidity needs. If there was some event that occurred, you always want to have, enough extra liquidity around. Now, we're actually in a pretty good liquidity spot right now because we've been drawing down the federal support for COVID and, banking that as we can as additional liquidity. So I'd almost view this as our first line of defense if we have a liquidity need is cash balance. After that are these facilities. We, don't anticipate having to draw or spend on them. And again, this wouldn't be deficit financing. In other words, we're not going to borrow under this program to meet a budget gap. This is just, if we're expecting money in the second half of the year and we have expenses in the first half, it bridges the timing gap. It is not this is not any kind of deficit borrowing.
Yeah. David.
I would be supportive of this. We're in good financial condition. If you go when you're really in trouble, you can never get a line of credit.
That's a great point because these are 3-year facilities, so the banks are locked in for 3 years. We don't really anticipate needing it, but it's, again, keep the banks providing the facilities, keep renewing it and so forth, because you're exactly right. It's either much more expensive or not available if you wait to, the crisis.
Great. Other questions? All right, I've just got one for you. So it says here, J.P. Morgan and Bank of America. Are we not bidding it out to a wider set of banks?
No, we always bid it out. In fact, we do an annual liquidity solicitation every year. Typically, it occurs in January, the first part of February. And we always, we have a board-approved list of banks that meet the board criteria. So we go to that whole list of banks, and I probably will get the number wrong. I think it's 12 that are approved. So they all are invited to respond. In terms of this particular request, the 2 banks that we heard from here were J.P. Morgan and Bank of America. But we're always interested in having as great a participation as possible in these programs.
Great. Okay. May I have a motion to delegate? Thank you. Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Abstentions. Motion carries. Okay. Second one, Pat.
Okay. Thank you. The second action item is the approval of statutorily required escalation payments for mortgage recording tax 1 and 2 receipts. These payments are required to be sent to Dutchess, Orange, and Rockland counties. This matter was presented to the board in February, where the total amount authorized for transfer was $7.533 million. We subsequently discovered an error in the formula that was used to calculate the payments to the counties, and so we're coming back for a correction. As you can see on the second page of the staff summary, there's some yellow highlighted language which shows you exactly what the board authorized in February, and the balance for this approval is a total of $8.324 million. Apologies, let me just go to the director's desk. So this is on page 49 of director's desk. And the hard copy should be in front of you, sorry. This was an unfortunate mistake, and I apologize for it. We are required to make these payments, and the error in the formula that was used to determine the February amount failed to capture all of the MRT2 receipts. And I've gone through this with our treasurer, Josiane Codillo. And again, this was just an unfortunate error, and this is intended to correct that error and make sure we remit the proper amounts as required by statute to the counties.
Well, I'm going to ask the Dutchess County rep to move it then. Okay, well, actually, oh, you can't technically. I'm sorry. You're not a member of the committee. I'm sorry. All right.
So moved.
Second. All right. Any discussion? Thank you for catching it, I think.
Thank you.
I'm glad you caught it. All right.
and-
All in favor, say aye.
Okay.
Aye. Opposed. Abstentions. Okay. Motion passes. All right, Pat, we're back to you for one more thing. You've got our variable rate presentation. Is that right?
Yes, I do, and I'll go through this fairly quickly. This is a standing work plan item, which is a review of our the MTA's variable rate portfolio. Just to reground the board, the purpose of having the board does have a variable rate policy, and it's described here in the italicized language, which basically dictates that no more than 25% of our debt outstanding can be unhedged variable rate debt, meaning it's just going to float variably. And so that policy is in place, and you'll see here where we currently are. What we're talking about here is that small green slice on the pie chart, unhedged variable rate, 1.31 billion. At one point, maybe 12 years ago, that was a much higher number than 3%. It was closer to 15%. But given that we've had a fairly long, sustained period of being able to lock in low fixed rates, we've issued more fixed rate bonds. As you can see, we're almost 90% fixed rate bonds. Once those bonds are issued, they're locked in. But having variable rate debt is appropriate for an entity of our size, and obviously we're managing it well within the board parameters. You see other flavors of debt there that we have, which are synthetic fixed rate debt, 4%, and term rate debt, which is 4%. Term rate products are typically what we issue as put bonds. They have a longer maturity, but a short marketing life, maybe 3, 4, 5 years. In that 3 year, when that remarketing comes up, we'll just put that note back out, put that bond back out. Typically, we see only two types of variable rate debt in our portfolio: traditional variable rate demand bonds, of essentially backed by letters of credit, like I described earlier, and we have a wide variety of banks that participate in providing those letters of credit. The interest rate changes either daily or weekly on a variable rate demand bond, and we try to have a balance. We have about equal balance of both daily and weekly demand bonds. Different market environments, result in differing interest in those two products, and so having good amounts of both out there helps in that regard, meeting market demand. The other important variable rate product that we have in our portfolio are floating rate notes, or FRNs. You see we have 1.2 billion outstanding, and this interest rate is determined based on a set spread to an index. For example, SIFMA, which is the Securities and Industry Financial Markets Association Municipal Swap Index, or SOFR, which is the Secured Overnight Funding Rate, or LIBOR. Obviously, we are not entering into any new LIBOR agreements due to the fact that LIBOR will be going away, has already begun to start to go away. So when we think about floating rate notes, we're really thinking about SIFMA or SOFR. And this just gives you a sort of a visual picture of the dispersion of those variable rate products within the portfolio. And as you can see here over time, how the variable rate portfolio has shrunk as an overall part of the MTA's outstanding debt. Again, not because we don't like variable rate. Variable rate debt is very attractive and it's important to have in the portfolio. But as I said, we've come out of a very long period of great fixed rates. And this just gives you a sense of market volatility that we've seen over time, going back to 2017 in the case of 30-year tax-exempt bond rates. And then as you see on the right, you have the weekly SIFMA rate. the weekly SIFMA rate is really the best proxy for how our variable rate portfolio is performing. So as you can see, those rates have been really under 1% since the outbreak of the COVID pandemic. And notwithstanding that spike that occurred at the beginning of the pandemic, we've had a kind of a long run of very low rates. And I'm just looking anecdotally at some of our rate resets that are coming in today. These bonds are resetting at like 0.3%, 0.35% in the current market. So, but it does really what this shows you is just the fact is that the markets are go up and down, and it does have an effect on our cost of funds. Specifically on our 2021 performance, here you see RBI, which is the revenue bond index, at 2.54% for the year. The 30-year municipal market data of 1.54%. And then, but let me just take you down to the bottom of that list. MTA variable rate bonds during this period cost an average of 0.64% over the 2021 year. This is this is just rate. This is just rate. Support cost would be additional to that. Is Stephen here? Support costs in or out? Remarketing and LOC fees are in. I apologize. It's inclusive of support cost. Thank you.
Right. So kind of the all-in.
That's our all-in costs. And so obviously it does represent a very attractive component of the portfolio. This just gives you a sense of what of how these bonds need to be remarketed and reset periodically. In the current year, you can see we have $788 million of expiring liquidity, $394 million of FRNs coming due, and $278 million of term rate bonds coming due. So as we enter the market with these other transactions, we'll look for opportunities to build in a remarketing component for a variable rate component if the timing works out, and we'll try to do that just to gain some momentum with our other transactions that we have to do as well. And then there's just a couple leave-behinds in the appendix. I'll just go through those quickly. This just gives you a summary of all of our outstanding variable rate bonds, and some particular, some data points on their liquidity providers if they're relevant, and then when those facilities expire, and that's really our work plan. And this just gives you a feel for, Commissioner, you had asked, do we work with other banks, and this just gives you a flavor for the other banks, national commercial banks, and as well as international that participate in our program. So at this point, I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Board members' questions on the 3% of our debt portfolio?
Yeah.
If that's not the tail wagging the dog, anything else? Any questions? Remind me in our work plan, when do we cover the dog, not the tail, when we cover all the fixed rate stuff?
Well, we cover that in January when we do a sort of a full debrief of the prior year, and then I'll come back to the board in October for a derivatives report. So you'll get.
All right. Well, all I'd say, Pat, is, and I don't like to change the work plan. I wouldn't mind maybe in private session or maybe other board members like. I think given the rate environment, wouldn't be the worst thing to hear a review of the fixed rate portfolio at some point. Just seems like it's more pressing than ever before.
Sure.
It's no rush.
We'd be happy to get that together for you.
Line.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Procurements, I think we're up to. Kavesh?
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. On our procurement agenda for approval are two items that are being presented at other committees today. One for New York City Transit, which was approved by the New York City Transit MTA Bus Committee earlier today, and one for the Metro North Railroad, which will be presented to the Joint Railroad Committee later this afternoon. On the Metro North Long Island items, Metro North has one procurement action totaling $15,155,850. This action is for the ratification of an award to Alstom Signaling Incorporated to provide positive train control software upgrades, technical support, and field qualification services to enhance the automatic train control and advanced civil speed enforcement systems, ACES, installed on Metro North's Railroad's M8 fleet. I submit this item for approval.
So, Michael, obviously we usually do this in the other order where we do it at the operating committee, but given schedules, we're doing it the reverse. With your permission, because I think you're going to be the acting chair of Metro North and Long Island Railroad today, I'll take a motion on this one, and unless there's some reason why, okay. Okay, second. Everyone wants me to just...
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I'll hold my comments about that we're doing a PTC upgrade payment already, having just finished it, but that's okay. I'll hold it for later. You want some answers too? Okay, good. All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions. Very good. Kavesh, continue.
Thank you. I'm moving to New York City Transit. New York City Transit has one procurement totaling an estimated amount of $37.2 million. This item is for the exercise of an option to purchase 52 R252 flat cars from Hasco Metro Rail that will replace an aging fleet and will be used by New York City Transit Department of Subways. This option includes related non-car items such as spare parts and technical documentation. A flat car, when moved by a locomotive, is designed to handle and transport tracked machinery, maintenance machinery, and other heavy equipment, materials, and supplies supporting work throughout the New York City transit system. The base contract for the purchase of 65 flat cars was awarded in June 2018 as a result of a non-competitive RFP under an immediate operating need. The two options were included in this base contract. Option A for 27 cars awarded in October 2020, and option B, the subject of this action. Based on an anticipated award in May 2022, the first flat car will be delivered in July 23, and the final flat car will be delivered in September 25. I submit this item for your approval.
Okay, motion. I'll let the chair of...
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Okay, Kavesh, I think we're done with procurements, yes?
Yes, no other procurements. Thank you.
All right, so we have some consolidated financial and operational reports, 53 to 104 pages. Any questions that management can answer for you folks? I'm going to just make one, go ahead, please, Ada. Oh, I'm going to make one just remark for the group to look at. I think page 82 and 83, they're very good data on the passengers to date. I just think it's a really great chart for you to look at, to keep in mind all the issues we've been talking about. I'm not just saying all this to be pedantic. I'm reminding us all because the public is listening, the press is listening, the gap we have is real. Until we get people back to work, this is not going to change. The one thing I'd ask staff about these charts, I don't know, maybe, Jai, you put it together. This goes through the end of February of 2020. That was the last month before all this started with COVID. So soon the comparison is going to look real squirrely, and it's not going to look nearly as strict. Because right now you can look at this chart and say, oh, that's when it was normal. I'm going to ask you going forward this revenue chart to have a separate column for the year 2019. I know it's going to make it a little tighter. Maybe you reduce it down to millions instead of to the decimal it is now. But I think we need the comparison back to when ridership was normal, because otherwise we're going to think we're doing great. And our budget is fixed towards the old normal, not the new normal. I'm sure. It would be great for that chart. Okay, David, floor is yours for real estate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real estate has 5 action items for consideration and approval. There is one item for Long Island Railroad, an agreement with Mill Creek Residential Trust to construct a transit-oriented development on the commuter parking lot at Westbury Station. And Bob Paley, the Director of Transit-Oriented Development, is here to answer any questions regarding that action item. And we have 4 action items for Metro North. The first is a license agreement with the City Winery for food and beverage uses in Grand Central Terminal. The second is a license agreement with Manhattan News for a retail convenience location at Harlem 125th Street. The third is a license agreement with the County of Westchester for the operation and maintenance of the North White Plains commuter parking lot. And the last is a modification of lease terms with Brew LLC for the station building in Pearl River. There are also 3 additional information items. Happy to answer any questions regarding any of them.
Anybody? Questions? None? Victor, please.
So this license agreement's for like City Winery and the Brew. What say do we have? I mean, there's land they're using, right? A concession, I'm assuming, right?
For Pearl River, it's the station building itself.
What type of mechanisms do we have to, when we're looking at this, to say, hey, is your facility accessible? In these license agreements, is there anything we can do?
Accessibility is on us as the owner and the landlord.
Okay. So
we do compel them to comply with all laws, federal and otherwise. So part of their plan review would be accessibility.
And it happens here at MTA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, and I'd be interested, just as a commuter and a frequenter of City Winery, could you just tell us what that actually is going to be? Are you thinking, yeah, what? Usually City Winery has a nice music component, but what's going on?
There will be a music component.
Oh.
There'll be ambient music.
Oh,
we want to make sure
that's
that
no bands.
Well, there will be ensemble bands,
Oh.
absolutely. But the key piece there is that the noise level in that formal main waiting room in no way competes with train announcements in the main concourse. So toward that end, we had 2 tests with their musicians, a lunch hour and an evening rush, to test the decibel level. Metro North set the decibel level at 90, and any kind of music activations there. It's bistro, kind of like a cabaret seating around a small pedestal, and we've limited the ensemble to, I think, 4 pieces. And it's really intended to be ambient music, which supports a full-blown food and beverage use in the old main waiting room area, and then also have a gastropub in the interior space.
Sorry, can you just be more when you say the old main waiting?
Vanderbilt Hall, which is the old main waiting room.
Oh.
The one side we use for events. The east
The
side,
one that
the west
has like
side
a bagel shop now, or a Danish bagel?
They used to.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
gone.
it's been
Okay.
closed now, yeah.
All right. Well, I must say I applaud City Winery for doing this. I think the city needs it. I think Grand Central will benefit as well as the community. So with that, all in favor say. We took a motion already, yes? Oh, may I have a motion to do
I make a motion, I so moved.
second? Taking all the procurements together
Yes.
for real estate. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passes. Sir, anything else you want to say, David?
I'm not sure that concludes our
Okay,
remarks.
good. Me? No, I will not be a guest performer at City Winery. My voice is not like Kavesh's. It's not as mellifluous. Anyway, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor say aye. Okay, see you next month. Thank you all. Thank you, staff.
Calling to order the Safety Committee meeting of the MTA Board. Pat Warren, are there any public speakers that we know?
Yes, there are.
Turn it on.
Yes, there are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. We have 5 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Murray Bolden. Good.
We meet again.
Yes, Yano, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Again, Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. Once again, let's talk about safety. Not only the incident that occurred on April 12th on 36th Street on my beloved 4th Avenue line. I was on the subway the other night going home, and I saw a person smoking on the N train. It was 2 in the morning. And we're talking about on a R46 that was built back in 1976 that doesn't have an intercom like in the new tech equipment that we could press the intercom and communicate with the conductor. But it has the emergency brakes. But if we press the emergency brakes, something could happen with the train. But we should have no smoking inside the train. But I was on South Ferry that same night. I saw NYPD, I saw BRC in full display. But why not on Whitehall Street, South Ferry on the R&W side? What's going on? Double standard? Why in one station but not in the other side? Jano, we need more work to do. Let's break the norm. I'll see you guys in the commuter rail.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Murray Bolden, followed by Lisa Daglian.
So what is safety? Safety means creating a condition where somebody doesn't get into an accident. It means telling people the truth consistently. Kathy Sheridan taught me that years and years ago. If you tell people 2 different things, and this is distracted driving month, and you expect them to look up from the traffic, from their texting, when a light turned green, the guy behind honked the horn, and they're supposed to know, where am I supposed to go next? This came up because of the lines on the Henry Hudson Bridge. They're illegal on the left, and they don't care, and they don't want to embarrass anybody. But if you can't get that one line legally correct, you're giving permission to the rest of the traffic engineers in New York City ignore the law. You're giving permission to go down when you go to George Washington Bridge. People go to the left, and then they cut across that gutter area, create road rage. Who's going to take responsibility to make the lines consistently legal? The line under the Henry Hudson Bridge is illegal by the Federal Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. It's been illegal for 20 years. Nobody had the guts to change it. Who's got the guts to tell the truth? When you tell the truth and you give a driver consistent information, you avoid accidents. When I said $10 million cost at the last meeting, yeah, that's how much wasted because you cause accidents that could have been avoided. Just one will do it. I'm going.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Daglian. I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. I want to thank you all for everything that you did during the shooting on the N train last week. We really appreciate all of the help and assistance that the MTA provided, that the police departments provided, and certainly that the riders and transit workers stepped up to provide. You're all heroes and saved many lives that day. Safety is the #1 issue on riders' minds, regardless of whether they're on a subway, bus, Staten Island Railway, the Long Island Railroad, Metro North, or any combination thereof. And we know it's your #1 priority, too. And each committee meeting devotes time to discussing trends and crime numbers and steps that are being taken to address rider fears and address safety in the system. It's such an important issue that we are once again asking that this safety committee broaden its parameters to include crime and safety across all operating agencies. The safety you cover now is of great importance and should still be discussed and included, but the overarching concerns that riders have and the current situation we're in and experiencing merit a separate committee that encompasses all aspects of safety and steps the MTA and PD and all relevant law enforcement agencies are taking to address. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton De Souza.
Good afternoon. I'm Christopher D. Greif, and I do agree with Lisa Daglier that I want to thank that with all that help in working together with the passengers, the MTA workers, the NYPD, all working together to help, try to save all the customers, especially the crew of the R train that moved them up to the next stop, because you never know if that train was going to explode. It was hard to tell, but at least they got them out, some of the customers, the best they can, and they did the job. But we need to remind our safety always. We need to work on increasing more cameras at the station as well. And maybe when we have trains that are coming in with the newer train models, we can have cameras on the trains as well, if it's possible. But one thing I'm going to say, Donna, we meet again on the screen, face to face. And I do want to thank you because complimenting the MTA staff, it is showing that we are working strongly like we ever do. But we do need to continue working with everyone. If you see something, say something. We need to encourage that more around the whole region. And we need to make sure that our community must work together. That's for disabilities and seniors. We need to work together at this time. If we see something's not right, we need to let the conductor know. Especially with the newer trains, we have the intercoms on those trains. Yes, on the newer trains. But again, we still continue. We must keep advocating to get more cameras and have work together with the NYPD and the MTA police. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton De Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton De Souza, President of Passengers United. And we need cameras in all the newer subway cars. I'm going to keep repeating that until it gets done. What I want to know, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lieber, is this. The minimum wage security guards that you guys have hired from Allied Security, they're doing an excellent job patrolling the stations, but I am getting reports from them that when they call for police assistance, the police are not showing up in many cases. And sometimes it's taking them 30 to 40 minutes or they don't show up at all when there's dangerous individuals in the system. So, I want to also know, because I was told that the contract, the security contract with Allied Security is only valid for up to 1 year, or it's valid for a few months. So I want to know, how come you guys have not engaged in a 2-year or 3-year contract with them? And also, why are they not getting paid more? And also with these new metal detectors, they announced today there was going to be a pilot program. What I want to know is, why can these security guards operate those metal detectors and give them permanent jobs? Because a lot of times we see the police. My biggest complaint is, I support the police, but my complaint is they're playing with their phones, hiding in corners. No, we need the police officers to do train order maintenance sweeps, TOMS, where they're going in the trains, looking for people. But, there's times like when I saw a 12-9 incident about to occur in the system. We were looking for the police and we couldn't find them, and a guy was trying to commit suicide on the tracks. We called 911, no one showed up. So this is the problem we have. And Mr. Chairman, you need to speak with the NYPD and get these issues resolved now. I mean, it's ridiculous. We're not getting much support from them, and I just want things done better.
Thank you all for your comments. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our public speakers for today.
Thank you to all our public speakers. Pat, Warren, are there changes to the work plan?
Chairman, there is one change to the work plan. The track intrusion mitigation update was supposed to be for this particular meeting, but it was given at during the last month's board cycle, so we don't need to do it this meeting.
And I'll now move to the minutes. May I have any changes to the minutes that were distributed for the January
Nothing?
committee meeting?
Oh, wow. Oh, great.
Nothing, okay. Can I have a motion?
I so move.
Second? Any opposition? Minutes are approved. Pat, will you take us through today's program, please?
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Safety statistics can be viewed in the committee book beginning on page 8 and have been discussed in the agency committee meetings or will be in the following railroad committee. As we continue to work through the disruptions caused by the pandemic, employee injuries remain low and trend down. Customer injuries also remain low, but we've seen slight increases in minor injuries due to slips, trips, and falls, largely associated with our customer recent propensity to not hold handrails and safety bars inside of our stations, trains, and buses. Messaging to remind customers to use this apparatus will continue to reinforce this requirement. We frequently remind the public and our employees that their safety and security are our top priorities. And this is never been more important than at this moment when we continue to fight through COVID, address the national homeless crisis, and the increase in violent crime. Certainly, the horrific shooting of April 12th brings this to a fine point. Under our chairman's leadership, we have focused on safety and security in a larger way than has been seen in recent memory. Coordination for more police in train cars and on platforms to improve security presence, focus on trespass and track intrusion prevention innovations to protect the public and decrease delays, and partnership with the city and state to get support to the most vulnerable population, those experiencing homelessness, to name a few of the areas of recent focus. Most recently, and there's been a lot of attention drawn to the closed-circuit camera system stemming from the April 12th shooting at the 36th Street station on the N line. And some have heard this in other, a little bit of this in other meetings already, but I think it's important enough to bring forward again. As this committee is aware, emphasis on the CCTV camera system as part of our security apparatus did not start on April 12th, but rather years earlier. Just in the subway system, there are over 10,000 cameras, of which 4,000 were installed in the last 4 years. Further, there's over 370 million, thank you, dedicated to CCTV camera systems in the 20 to 24 capital program, and that's just in the subway system. I cannot exaggerate as to how useful these images are from these cameras that have been used by the NYPD for identification of alleged criminals. This included providing 36 different video images from the April 12th shooting incident, which proved invaluable in their identification and tracking of the shooter. This is just really a great tribute to how much emphasis the board, this committee, and others have put on cameras out there, and how valuable it's been to stemming crime. So I think it's well worth taking a moment to think about that. I will also take a moment to highlight that we have thousands more cameras in the use across the commuter railroads, the bridges and tunnels, as well as in our bus system. Improving CCTV systems across all other agencies is also prioritized over the next few years. Let me also add that the training of our employees is an additional component for our safety and security programs. Of note, active shooter training is part of every agency's training regime, and certainly was important on April 12th. Now about COVID. The pandemic continues to play a major role in our lives. In recent weeks, the federal and state governments have reduced face covering standards in various venues. One area where New York State continues to require the use of masks is within public transportation, to include the MTA, and we continue our established programs to promote this use. Since the height of the effects of Omicron variant on the MTA, like the rest of the region, we have experienced huge decreases in the number of COVID cases, with the vast majority of cases having been mild or with no symptoms. Our positivity rate is low, just over 1%, which in part can be attributed to the compliance of our strong vaccination or test program, which sees 95 to 90% compliance weekly. We were also gratified to see reports of workplace violence trending down, which we attribute to efforts over the last several months of having more MTA police on railroad train patrol, adding MTA PD to bus routes where we have the highest reported incidence of assaults, and the increased presence of NYPD on subway station platforms and trains. The board received a report on track intrusion and trespassing during the last board cycle. As follow-up, we are witnessing a decreasing trend in the number of intrusions, but the amount of the increasing trend is still well above the intrusions that we saw in 2021. So there's more work to do there. The majority of cases are due to voluntary trespass on the tracks. Stations with high incidence of trespass are provided to the NYPD for focused monitoring. With that introduction, I'll now turn to the two topics that are in the work plan: legitimization of marijuana in New York State and police reform. Okay. Regarding how New York State's legislation of the use of marijuana currently impacts MTA. In short, the new law does not change MTA's drug program, and more specifically, the prohibition of the use of specified drugs to include cannabis. The major controlling factor is that the federal government has not legitimized the use of marijuana. As such, the drug and alcohol regulations of the federal agencies that regulate the MTA, such as the Federal Railroad Administration, the Federal Transit Administration, the Federal Motor Carrier Administration, have not changed. Regulations from these administrations prohibit employees in key safety-sensitive positions, such as train and bus crews, from the use of marijuana and a host of other illegal performance-impairing drugs on or off duty. The pace of change regarding marijuana is high, and we continue to closely monitor these changes. Anybody have any questions about that?
I guess one triggered. You're talking about You're talking about employees.
Correct.
What about folks that are above outdoor platforms and such? I mean, in New York City now, you can smoke marijuana walking in the street, but you can't drink a beer outside, which is an odd inversion. But what about someone who's walking on an outdoor platform smoking a marijuana joint?
So smoking is prohibited throughout our system, right? So that's the the sort of violent. Yeah, even outdoors. Yeah, anywhere in our system, it's. Vape. You're not supposed to vape either, right? Any of that you're not supposed to do. It's all prohibited. Except for on the outdoor platforms, but correct. Yes, right. Yeah. He brings up a good point. Currently, you're supposed to be wearing a mask anyway, so it's pretty hard to smoke or vape in the system, right?
You know, I'm sure you've seen the people that stick it in. Yeah. Yeah.
Pat, what does the MTA do about drug testing the employees?
So there is a significant regime and program for that, highly regulated by those federal agencies that I named a moment ago. They We have a requirement depending on which agency, whether it's a railroad or whether it's transit, in the frequency of certain people in safety-sensitive positions. So this includes folks that like the train controllers that are, the control dispatch, some of our signal maintainers, and certainly the crews on the different trains and buses out there. There's a random program that they have to go through annually. We, as an organization, have to test a certain percentage of that group randomly, and if they come up positive, then they have to go on a program, and if they fail that, then they're eliminated from the organization. Okay.
All right, onward from marijuana.
Okay. Following the George Floyd murder, New York State issued reform directives to community-based police departments. The MTA, like the New York State Police, is not considered a community-based department and was not required to follow these directives. That said, we did see the importance and benefits of these reform requirements and did comply. Specifically, there are 4 overarching requirements in the state directive, which include improved internal affairs processes, training, transparency, and public outreach. Of note, the Office of the Inspector General supported our efforts in the development of our police reform program with a series of recommendations. I'll go into a bit of detail as to what the MTA implemented. Regarding the internal affairs process improvement processes, one of the focus of the New York State reform requirements was to establish processes that would provide a more standardized police complaint investigation process that would lead to consistently applied outcomes and greater transparency. In support of these requirements, the MTA PD reached out to sister organizations and national associations to acquire and incorporate best practices. This included the creation of a matrix where acts of indiscipline were tied to a range of standard discipline measures. This tool helps ensure that all officers understand the consequences of actions and expect fair treatment. Further, the process for filling a complaint out and the processing a complaint were revamped to include more standardized documentation. A second significant measure taken by the MTA PD to improve their internal affairs processes was to professionalize the process of selecting, training, and certifying their Internal Affairs Bureau officers. Importantly, they now utilize the FBI's Law Enforcement Executive Development Program in this training process. The MTA currently has an outdated records management system, which makes it more cumbersome to securely manage officer investigation records, as well as is not compatible with integrating new technologies such as body cameras into the records management process. A new system will improve our ability to identify emerging issues with officers and take corrective action. That's an important key piece of this program. Last month, the board approved the funding for our new records management system, which is going out for competitive bid now. This new system will lead to a significant improvement in quality, processing time, analysis, and storage of a myriad of police records. Of further significance is that the reform actions instituted by the PT contributed to the PD's receiving the New York State's highest accreditation this last year. Improved transparency and interaction with the public are 2 of the police reform goals. Today, interaction with our police often begins by accessing an online web page. To make this experience better, our police examined best practices and incorporated many improvements into their web page with the goal of making it easier to find information about the police, to include their activities, alerts, and complaints. Improved access to information was further enhanced by increased routine outreach to communities and partners. Some are listed on the slide. There's a robust program out there which includes both leadership and the patrol officers themselves. Training may be the most important aspect of reform. The MTA PD adopted the best practice from the Municipal Police Training Council, which includes advanced techniques in detaining a subject, de-escalation training, and crisis intervention. The PD ensured that all its officers were trained immediately quite frankly, within months following the reform directives. Further, the PD incorporated a substantial simulator training program into its annual officer training requirements. Here, officers are run through multiple scenarios where situation assessment, de-escalation, crowd control, and a multitude of other crises are experienced. So I'll end by saying that the MTA PD is an important part of the fabric of communities from New Haven to Poughkeepsie to New York City and to the northern tip of Long Island. Its partnership with and the confidence that comes from working within these communities is what allows the transit riders to feel protected, safe, and comfortable as they go about their commute. The MTA PD, as well as the leadership and workforce across the MTA, are committed to doing all in their power to deliver a quality experience. Chairman, that concludes our remarks.
Can I just add a note? Since I joined on the 20th floor, we've definitely asked the MTA PD to take on some additional missions. One is to participate as a partner with the NYPD in running these end-of-line station operations, which are purposed at getting the homeless who are sheltering in the system an opportunity to get services or to get into a better housing situation, God willing. So that's a really challenging operation, and the MTA PD, under Pat's leadership and under the leadership of the chiefs at MTA PD, thank you for that. This is very much a work in progress. This is a challenging mission because it's a lot of people and a lot of complex choreography when you're in a station and trying to interact with people at the end of the line. But that's something that they've taken on in a couple of these very important stations. The other is that we have done a significant increase in the amount of train patrol on commuter railroads, and that was in response to lots of things, our riders wanting to, expressly letting us know that they wanted to see more officers as part of being able to feel safe as they were coming back. Not principally because there was a fair amount of, as we're all aware, there was, over mask usage, which is, not, we're not at the end of that cycle. But there was a fair amount of conflict, and the riders were wanting to see more presence of uniformed officers. So the MTA PD has stepped up on that, but that continues to be a priority, to be very visible on the trains especially, and also on the platforms, as well as their other more routine patrols. So I just want to acknowledge that they have responded to those requests from leadership, and we're going to continue to ask them to up the game for all of us, because they're such an important part of the security equation in the region. Any further comments on Pat's presentation or other issues, Mr. Brinkman?
Yeah, Pat, as you know, the PCAC, which I chair, has some serious concerns about safety in Penn Station, the homeless situation, panhandlers, and your office had recently given us an update on that. And I just think it would be nice just if you give us like the Reader's Digest version to the other board members of the challenges that your people are facing in Penn Station, trying to deal with everything and the multitude of different agencies that are there. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Penn Station is, of course, it's the one spot where largest transportation hub in the city, welcomes more people into New York City than any other hub out there, right? And it has a confluence of a bunch of different departments and agencies and organizations that come into it. So I'm sure I'll miss some of them, but certainly Amtrak Police, NYPD, both above ground and below, and Transit Bureau Police, Postal Police, MTA Police, as well as the security organizations that work the Madison Square Garden and the rest of those facilities in there.
The National Guard is present.
Yeah, National Guard. Yeah. There's also the business community that are part of our that we work with there to try to understand what their issues are and challenges, and garner their support in some of the activities or that they do or ask them not to do in order to try to stem the challenge of that is large there. And this challenge that is there is multiple levels to it. One is certainly there's the homeless challenge. The second challenge is there's a lot of emotionally disturbed people that come in there for different reasons. There's a huge substance abuse challenge and other crime that goes into Penn Station right now. Sometimes they're all manifested in the same person. Sometimes all those conditions are in different people that are out there, and they require different, often different agencies within the city to deal with them. So you have the police looking at the actual crime issues. You have the outreach workers from either DHS, Department of Homeless Services, or BRC. And then there's OASIS and other substance abuse kinds of organizations, health organizations that are part of that community there. Not to mention the plethora of community-based kinds of outreach that are in the local area that do, sort of soup kitchen kind of stuff and other outreach that are around the city, which makes active interest point for those that are in need. So with that many people out there, and none of them were necessarily many organizations, and none of them necessarily controlling the whole thing. We have a significant effort in Penn Station, and weekly effort, and we're now doing it at Grand Central Terminal also, to try to bring that group that I just described together weekly and talk through what we're seeing, where the problems are, and how we might get after the issues. Some kinds of things we do is that has been discussed is making sure lighting is the best it can be in different locations out there, trying to get cameras in the right place to observe, best observe those nooks and crannies out there that cause problems. Trying to make sure that we have counters that go into the station every week, and we try to get fairly accurate numbers of individuals, not just that are in the station at all, but where in the station they are, so that we know where to focus police and other outreach resources to go after the challenge that's there. So a lot of coordination trying to go on to try to make that a better place. As you go through it, and as the board member Brigham points out, it's a lot has been done. It looks better in general when you go in there, but it is not a problem that is solved, and is not a problem that you can take your eye off the ball on because of just the nature of those issues that we described there. So there's quite a bit going on there.
So I just want to say two things. One is I consider this, we are the lead organization, at least in the Long Island Railroad level. It's very difficult because Amtrak has a very different standard for how they police the NJT level, and the upper level, which they've now largely abandoned, having moved across to Moynihan. So, I've been a couple times to roll call. I think once we went on Saturday morning, and what we impress upon folks is this is, from an MTA standpoint, this is our house, and it has to be a quality environment for our passengers. It's highly visible. It's the one area that we control that Long Island Railroad level. Two, the challenge that we face is it's not disconnected from the effort to create a new pen. Because part of the challenge is that there are, as Pat uses the phrase, nooks and crannies. There are a lot of narrow, poorly lit, low ceiling, cramped corridors, and there are other areas where all kinds of stuff goes on. And part of what the governor has talked about for changing existing Penn, not Moynihan, which is already a place you can stand in the middle of and see what's going on in all directions, but existing Penn is part of the reason for wanting to open it up, is to have a much more manageable security environment and a much better passenger environment. So, lots of complex issues associated with that idea of turning existing Penn into something more like Moynihan, or, even in our dreams, something like Grand Central. But that is part of the benefit of that project and why we ought to keep working. In the meantime, when we double the width, when we finish that project, which is going to be done in roughly the end of this year, to double the width of the main east-west corridor of the Long Island Railroad level, raise the ceiling. I think a lot of the challenges of a public environment where you don't have a ton of visibility are going to be mitigated, although it's not by no means the end of that process. Okay? Thank you for the question. Huge issue. Somebody else raising a question?
Yeah, I believe
Mr. Tessitore, thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for not being able to be there. For Pat Warren, I guess, can we maybe look into reinforcing the issue on the marijuana use, especially for the FRA, the people that are affected by the drug and alcohol policies through the FRA? Maybe some information to reinforce that they're unable to use it at any given time, maybe some information about CBT therapy and the use of edibles. We get lots of questions about secondhand smoke now that it's so prevalent, not only in the streets, but in people's homes. Maybe just an information piece to answer a lot of questions that our employees have.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get right on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that is, okay. Yeah, I think that concludes our agenda for this meeting. Are there any other comments or questions that board members wish to raise? Okay, with that, I'll just note the next safety committee is July 2022. I will ask for a motion to adjourn, but first let me just remind folks that we've adjusted the schedule. In this case, it was principally because of quorum issues that we jiggered the schedule at the last minute. But we are trying to put this safety committee more in the center of the day so that we maybe maximize attendance and also get a chance to maybe talk a little bit about some of the bigger topics. So we're going to give it a little more time, and we are going to juggle the schedule, hopefully a little more in advance than we did just last week. Unless there's anything else, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Second, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the joint Metro North Railroad, Long Island Railroad Committee. It's time for public comments. Susan, can you tell us if we have any speakers from the public?
Certainly. Good afternoon. We have 6 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. And we have 3 in-person speakers and 2 live remote. We will probably alternate between them. So the first speaker will be Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon, Kathy. Rinaldi, Jason Anthony with Amazon Labor Union, the first independent worker-led union created, Cassie, guess where? Here in New York City. This month, I'm going to talk about track work. Because here's what commuters on both railroads experience when there's planned work. No alternative, let's say, when the main line is shut down on the Long Island Railroad, east of Mineola, they don't have no other alternative doing late nights. No other than Not So Nice. It should be Long Island Bus. Long Island, Not So Nice doesn't run late nights. And systems like in LA, they provide Uber vouchers of up to $50 when there's a service suspension or when there's planned service changes during the weekends. So like my union president, Chris Moore, says all the time, let's break the norm. So Kathy, I would love you as the interim president of the Long Island Railroad and as the president of Metro North, break the norm and surprise me with something extraordinary for my commute when I take Metro North or the Long Island Railroad next time. And I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton De Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton De Souza from Passengers United. So what I want to know, Kathy Rinaldi, is this. At Mineola, at the Long Island Railroad station there, what is the status of getting the elevators installed in that new pedestrian bridge that you guys are building? And then what is the status of getting the older elevators repaired? Because I've gotten a lot of complaints about that. And then we want to know about the shuttle buses, because Nice Bus is doing a horrible job running the shuttles. And also for Metro North, I have a question. I wanted to know with Metro North, when are the M8 cars for Shoreline East coming out? And will there be a Shoreline East express train that starts from New London and goes straight to Grand Central in the evenings or in the early mornings, you know, when people are going out to the casinos out there in New London? It would be nice to have maybe 1 or 2 trains on the weekends that do that. And then I also wanted to talk about the vending machines, because a lot of the vending machines throughout the systems are breaking down and the dates are not printing on the tickets. That is the biggest complaint that I've had. And I want to know, like, what are y'all doing to resolve that, being that you guys are switching to the new technology? And then I think the other thing that people wanted to know was with the train schedules this summer. They wanted to know if there'd be more diesel trains on the Oyster Bay lines, because, you know, you always take the diesel trains and switch them to the Montauk branch. which leaves very little service for the Oyster Bay and the other diesel branches. And are you guys getting trains from like Mark, down in Virginia or other companies for the summer's seasonal service? So please let us know about that. And otherwise, Kathy, I hope you'll come out and visit the Hollis Station and do a tour with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Murray Bowden.
Since we're kind of in a hybrid kind of meeting today, I will consolidate my two speeches for both the Long Island and Metro North into one, so only beat me once. I was at New Jersey Transit last Tuesday in person, and I spoke about the fact that they have both traffic lights and flashing red lights at the same intersections in many places. Because of global warming, we can't afford that, and distracted driving as well. You can't maintain two sets of lights at one place. It's confusing and distracting. So maybe, Kathy, you could work with Kevin and finally resolve the issue that because of global warming and the fact that we need to save electricity and maintenance and confusion, that we have one set, which is traffic lights. I mentioned in Florida that they have gates and traffic lights at the bridges over the canals, and being there in person, you could watch the people and you could see people nodding, yeah, I understand, because I've been in Florida. The Valhalla accident happened because they had flashing red lights and a woman never had been in a situation like that. The other issue is quiet zones. I started to do the calculations on, thank you. I started to do the calculations on quiet zones, and they are possible if you meet certain conditions. Well, on Long Island, at the 4 in East Hampton, there are 4 stations. If you meet the conditions for a quiet zone in any one area, you can meet them in the entire system. Quiet zones were determined when there were no traffic lights. Well, excuse me, I got mixed up. They were determined that at certain situations you didn't have to blow the horn. Today, at every station practically, it tells you there's going to be a train coming in 10 seconds, 20 seconds. So at any crossing, you could put up a sign, a siren that said, please step back, there's a train coming. Why we have it duplicate? I watch a lot of Western movies, the Old West. Everybody's standing around there, there's no station. Train blows the horn, comes in, everybody gets out of the way. And why are they using a crossbuck? Because that's the cheapest way. In the old days, you took 2 pieces of wood, you nailed them up, and you put them up there, and you got a railroad crossing. Today, there are millions of people who have never seen a railroad crossing. And in Valhalla, when there was an accident and people were rerouted to a railroad crossing without a traffic light, you had a massive accident that cost multi-millions of dollars. It's time somebody looked at things that we've been doing for 50 years, and maybe it's time with the information age to stop doing them.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Pollack.
Good afternoon, Kathy. Good afternoon, everyone. So I want to make 2 points that I had submitted for the registration earlier this afternoon. Number 1, I want to mention regarding M9 cars. I did speak at the November board meeting regarding how, it was a little bit of an inconvenience to realize that at Penn Station, when you have 8 cars, it's a little bit of a walk but I finally got the groove of it because given that I feel more comfortable waiting at Moynihan for a train instead of the 7th Avenue Concourse, I realize now that all you got to do is just walk further down. It's just that simple. But I've been very happy with the M9. You know, I like how I can at least charge my phone in there because I do use my phone a lot for navigation in Manhattan. So that's a given. But yeah, that's the first point I wanted to make. Second point I wanted to make was I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks we're going to find out when the next round of mainline shutdowns are going to take place in June, because I may want to go into Garden City either on the weekend of June 14th or June 21st. And I was just wondering, you know, hopefully we'll have the half-hourly service from Queens Village, because many of you know I live in Fresh Meadows, and for me to get to the Queens Village station, it's just a quick ride on the Q88 bus. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I have to say for now. So take care, and hopefully there will be some good news coming out in the May committee meetings, or maybe sooner than that. Take care.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bradley Brashears.
Good afternoon. I'm Bradley Brashears, Planning Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. We are delighted to see that Bob Paley and his team are working hard to expand transit-oriented communities in the suburbs. Today, this committee is receiving information regarding an agreement between the MTA Mill Creek Residential Trust for the next phase of a new Westbury TOD project, which will ultimately transform a parking lot into a mixed-use development. This will not only bring the MTA much-needed revenue, but will help revitalize Westbury and provide much-needed housing and walking distance to the train station, helping to get drivers out of cars. It's a win-win-win situation. We also want to make a plug for improved connections and fare agreements at region-wide commuter rail stations with suburban bus operators. Improved coordination between the MTA and suburban agencies is crucial if we truly aim to mitigate the impacts of climate change by providing riders with more long-term, flexible, and affordable options. Every day is Earth Day. On the downside, while nothing like the horrific tragedies that have been seen on the subway, total major felonies are expanding on the commuter railroads. The lion's share goes to grand larceny. So far in 2022, there have been 14 more incidents than this time last year in 2021 for Metro North, and 7 more for Long Island Railroad. We look forward to hearing from MTA Police on what is being done to reverse this trend. As the MTA is trying to get people back on board, riders need to know that they will be safe no matter the severity of the crime. In closing, the PCAC and Metro North Railroad Commuter Council would also like to thank the MTA, and Kathy Rinaldi in particular, for celebrating our dear friend Orrin Getz at the Nanuet Station last Thursday. The event was well attended by senior leadership, board members, elected officials, family, friends, and members of the media. Orrin fought tirelessly to improve conditions for Metro North commuters, especially those in the farthest reaches of our region, like those west of Hudson. Now, when riders wait for an express train, which was made possible by Orrin, they will be able to thank him as they gaze at the plaque that bears his name in the beautiful new platform shelter. Thank you, Orrin, and thank you, MTA.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Christopher Greif.
Good afternoon. I'm Christopher D. Greif, and I definitely agree with Bradley, who is also will continue be working on the Freedom Ticket as well, and helping the Earth Day as well. We do need to remind everyone to use trains and buses. That will help us to keep the environment, the Earth, safely. But at the same time, also, we need to continue working ship with accessibility. We have a lot work on with Long Island Railroad, but we also need to work on Metro North as well. Part of my representing my groups in the other borough of the Bronx, my counterpart in the Bronx from the DD Council and the Advisory Council are still waiting for finding out when is their ADA task force meetings. Please let us know when those meetings are. Very important. But I do want to thank Long Island Railroad Cares, because they've been helping a lot of people with disabilities, because not all disabilities are shown. They're hidden disabilities, but we do want to thank the Long Island Railroad Cares as well, who helps them very much. And I hope we can still work on the the Freedom Ticket. So therefore we can make sure that customers can get on a decent price to get on from railroads to the subway to a bus. Please make sure that we can all work on this together. and make sure that we are trained or try to be tested on the Omni card in the future. Let's also remind ourselves that I do want to thank everyone who are still continue advocating for all the railroads to make sure signages are up to date, and we need to work together to make sure that a lot of accessible stations are up to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Susan. As far as the approval of the minutes goes, we have no quorum, so we will approve those last minutes next meeting. Next, Kathy, about the Metro North Railroad and Long Island Railroad work plans.
There are no changes to either the Metro North nor the Long Island Railroad work plans.
Okay, so now we have the agency reports from our president.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yesterday, the Long Island Railroad celebrated a milestone with its 188th birthday. The Long Island Railroad was chartered in 1834, which makes it the oldest railroad in the U.S. still operating under the same name. Our history is long and storied, and we're grateful that we have the opportunity to keep New York moving. This year will be another one for the history books as we get ready for the opening of Long Island Railroad service at Grand Central and the usage of the third track on Long Island Railroad expansion. We're going to talk first about ridership on both railroads. There is in your materials today the annual ridership reports. Staff at both Metro North and Long Island have compiled their respective annual ridership reports, and I wanted to give you a little bit of a snapshot on the trends that we're seeing. We've been working alongside all the agencies at the MTA to bring ridership back, and I think it's good for this committee to understand where we've come up to this point and where we're at now. So we're going to start with Long Island. Sorry, no, we're not. We're going to start with Metro North. Total Metro North annual ridership for 2021 was approximately 30.7 million. This brings us up by about 3.5 million more rides than the 27.1 million in 2020, which represents a 13% increase. Our annual ridership report, which is in the book, breaks down the ridership statistics in several ways and with a bit more detail. Looking at our 2022 ridership so far, the strong growth that we observed in February accelerated in March. For the second month in a row, ridership more than doubled from March 2021, reflecting not only the overall impact of vaccines, which became available later in 2021, and the resulting return to work policies, but also the further waning of the Omicron variant and the new 20-trip ticket that was introduced back in February. Year-over-year growth for February was 115.2%, and things picked up even more in March, with year-over-year growth at 128.1%. Recovery from Omicron and the availability of the 20-trip ticket also drove strong month-to-month growth, with March 2022 ridership 42.4% higher than February 2022. Our latest riderships at Metro North from just last week, Monday through Thursday of last week, were at a new high, 56.5% of our pre-COVID baseline. It was up 2.2% from the same 4 days the week before and up 6.5% over the same 4 days 2 weeks ago. We've also seen good Yankees ridership for the first 2 games of the 6-game homestand with an average of 2,500 fans on Friday and Saturday. Now looking at Long Island Railroad annual ridership. The total ridership for Long Island for 2021 was approximately 35 million customers, which represents a 16% increase from the 30.3 million in 2020. Ridership grew steadily over the course of 2021. We began the year at 24% compared to 2019 levels, but grew to a peak of 55% in November of 21. With the spike from the Omicron variant late in the year, ridership declined a bit to 48% of pre-COVID levels in December. As has been the case throughout the pandemic, weekends continue to show a more robust ridership recovery than weekdays, as many office workers continue to work remotely. As for 2020 year-to-date, March 2022 versus 2021, total ridership increased by 108.9% compared to March of 2021. When compared to March of 2019, total ridership decreased, which makes sense because the pandemic hit in March of 2019. The latest ridership figures at Long Island Railroad from last week, the Long Island Railroad experienced a slight ridership decrease last week. The average weekday ridership last week was 163,633 customers, which was slightly down from the week before, but was higher than 2 weeks ago and higher compared to 1 month ago. We attribute the decrease last week to lower ridership as the result of spring break and the holidays. Long Island Railroad saw extremely good Mets ridership for the April 15th home opener, with 5,988 customers, which includes arriving and departing fans. Ridership was also good for the second game of the homestand on April 16th, with 4,334 total customers arriving and departing. Next, let's talk a little bit about the fare promotions and ticket sales. If you look at Long Island, the Long Island Railroad's monthly ticket sales for March commutation were 37,378. February monthly ticket sales were 23,425. Long Island sold 190,250 city tickets from inception through March 31st, 2022. The number of city tickets sold from inception through yesterday, the 19th, was 321,584. Long Island Railroad sold 18,344 20-trip tickets through March 31st, and then the number sold from inception through yesterday was 26,922. Pivoting over to Metro North, monthly ticket sales for the commutation month of March were 28,878, up from February where it was 19,756. Metro North sold 57,189 city tickets through March 31st, 2022, and through yesterday was 99,793, so that's good to see. Metro North sold 21,265 20-trip tickets through March 31st. If you go through yesterday, 31,099. So we're getting a nice uptick on both railroads with that ticket instrument. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about performance. We're going to lead with Metro North. If you look at the month of March, Metro North's east of Hudson service operated above the annual 94% OTP goal at 98%. Year-to-date performance is above goal, also at 98%. On the Hudson Line, OTP year-to-date is 98.4. No trains were canceled or terminated. Harlem Line also 98.4. Again, no trains canceled or terminated. New Haven Line 97.5. Year-to-date 97.5. 5 trains, which is 0.03%, were terminated. There were 3 major incidents in the month of March, which resulted in 138 delays. Starting on March 12th and continuing through the 14th, a local Con Ed power issue resulted in damage and disruption to the Metro North power supply between Woodlawn and Stamford on the New Haven line, which caused 77 delays. On March 17th, a circuit issue because of winter salting resulted in 45 delays. I'm sorry, not 25, 45 delays on the Harlem line. And on March 30th, a trespasser incident east of Fairfield Metro on the New Haven line resulted in 16 delays. West of Hudson, service operated slightly below the 94% goal at 93.3%. Year-to-date also below goal at 92.8%. Pascack Valley was right at 93%. Port Jervis is at 93.7 for the month, 92.6 for the year. 0.43% of trains were canceled or terminated on the west of Hudson, 1 train on the Pascack Valley, 6 trains on the Port Jervis. Brief update on our maintenance work thus far on Metro North territory. Our maintenance of way forces, have installed 2,582 ties, 8.2 miles of rail, have replaced 6 switches and welded 314 rail joints. Crews have begun the switch replacement project at one of our critical interlockings on the Harlem line between Crestwood and Scarsdale, and they've also begun replacement of the obsolete miter rails with thick web miter rails on the Saugatuck River movable bridge in Westport. PTC testing and qualification of the M8s continue on the Shoreline East for tentative service by the end of May. Pivoting over to the Long Island, on-time performance for the month of March closed at 96.3%, which is above the monthly goal of 94%. 2022 year-to-date is 95.9, which is a decrease of 1/10 of 1 percentage point as compared to the same period last year. There were 7 incidents in the month of March that resulted in 10 or more later canceled or terminated trains, the most significant of which was a disabled Amtrak track car at Herald on March 13th. This particular incident affected 45 trains, delayed our customers an average of 12.6 minutes, and actually reduced our monthly OTP by 0.2 of 1%. Pivoting now to the Long Island Railroad track work programs, our committee book today contains an information item for Long Island. We'll have a new timetable in place starting May 23rd. We're at one of the busiest times of construction season, and forces and contractors will be out there working across the system in earnest. On the weekend of April 30th, May 1st, next weekend, Denton Avenue Bridge replacement in Garden City, the main line will be out of service for 38 hours. On Monday, May 2nd through the 5th, and on May 9th through the 12th, the single main track on the Montauk branch will be out of service between Wye and Montauk on overnights to support track maintenance and mud spot remediation. Bus service will replace trains for approximately 5 hours each night. On Saturday, May 7th, one of two main tracks on the Montauk branch will be out of service from Jamaica to Valley Stream for rail replacement. On May 14th through the 15th and the 21st through the 22nd, those weekends, both main tracks on the main line will be out of service for 48 hours between New Hyde Park and Hicksville to support the realignment of rail and divide interlocking near Hicksville for main line expansion. Long Island Railroad Engineering will be piggybacking these weekends, removing a switch in Queens interlocking as part of the Queens interlocking project. Teams are busy and hard at work on all of these projects that will continue to make the Long Island Railroad stronger, more robust, and more reliable than ever. And we ask that customers check the Long Island Railroad Train Time app or MTA.info for the schedule changes coming on May 23rd before they travel. Now we've got a bit of news from both railroads. The first thing to talk about, which is very exciting, one of our speakers mentioned it, is the TOD at Westbury. We've got a very exciting project coming up near Westbury Station. It's something we've been talking about for years on Long Island, and we've seen successes in these types of developments across the MTA network. TOD developments make smart use of space around our train stations, offering unbeatable access to the MTA network. Mill Creek Residential has been selected to design and construct a mixed-use, transit-oriented development at our Westbury Station. In 2019, the Village of Westbury rezoned a 25-acre area in its downtown, including the former Long Island Railroad commuter parking lot, to encourage new housing opportunities within walking distance to the train station. The village's rezoning was enabled by the support of the New York State Department of State as part of its Downtown Revitalization Initiative, which provided the Village of Westbury with resources to develop a comprehensive new vision for downtown Westbury. Mill Creek will design and construct a new residential community of at least 200 homes and will create a new public open space that will improve Long Island Railroad customer connectivity to the station, enhancing the improvements that MTA has recently made as part of the mainline expansion project. As part of the expansion project, the Westbury North parking garage was built and opened this past August of 2021. The new 24/7, 683-space parking garage, located right next to Westbury Station, has dramatically expanded parking opportunities at the station and has freed up the former parking lot for development. We're excited to welcome more potential customers and to see the Westbury Station area become truly alive. Next, hopping over to Metro North west of Hudson, as one of our speakers mentioned, this past Thursday, we opened the rebuilt platform shelter at the Nanuet Station in Rockland County. This new shelter has modernized station amenities to enhance the customer experience over west of Hudson. We dedicated this platform shelter in the memory of Orrin Getz, who was a frequent participant in this meeting over the years. Orrin was the vice chair of the Metro North Railroad Commuter Council. The Nanuet Station is the Pascack Valley's busiest station in New York, with approximately 600 daily customers prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. The new shelter welcomes riders with new benches with USB connections, LED lights, a fully glass-enclosed waiting area, heating, a wooden ceiling, and directional signage on the exterior of the new shelter. It's been redesigned in accordance with the ADA. Communication and security enhancements include the installation of a new speaker and camera inside the shelter and help points, and are topped with a high-density LED beacon to provide high visibility and to help deter potential crime. In addition, as part of the CSI, the Customer Service Initiative, crews have installed a kiosk that displays real-time train departure information. Part of this improved customer experience is due to Orrin's efforts over the years. Orrin was a leading voice for all Metro North riders, but especially for our west of Hudson customers, being a Pascack Valley rider himself. The shelter has been deservedly dedicated to Orrin in recognition of his accomplishments and years advocating for improved service on behalf of his community. And I want to thank Randy, obviously was there. Norman made his way up from Brooklyn to come. It was really a lovely event, so I want to thank everybody for participating in this event last week. This is Orrin's family on the bench that's being named in his honor. More exciting news for Metro North, City Winery. So this is great news in the quest to get more tenants back into Grand Central post-pandemic. This is subject to MTA board approval. I think it's gone through finance. City Winery has a robust existing customer base at locations at Pier 57, Rockefeller Center, Greenwich Village, as well as locations in Boston, Atlanta, D.C., Philadelphia, and the Hudson Valley. They're known for their live music events, and this location will focus on their farm-to-table menu, their unique selection of wine with ambient background music. It's a license agreement for the operation of a full-service restaurant, a bar, gastropub, and grab-and-go food and retail space at GCT. It's 3 years with a 1-2-year option, and this is going to really revitalize Vanderbilt Hall in a way that I think is going to be very exciting for our returning customers. We have a second licensing agreement that's also up for approval that went through finance for Manhattan News, Inc. for a retail convenience location at Harlem 125th Street Station in East Harlem. Next, now that we're hopefully turning the corner on COVID, we're restarting again our Connect With Us events. Tomorrow, I'm going to be joined by senior staff from Metro North and some folks from CDOT. We'll be in Stamford Station from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., and we're going to be in Hicksville on Thursday. Belmont service resumes for free for summer racing for free. People wish for spring racing season. We're getting ready for the spring racing season. 2 train service, 2 trains in, 2 trains out every Saturday starting April 30th through July 9th for a total of 14 race days. This is on top of the expanded Belmont Stakes Day service on the 11th. Finally, the M9 report. I wanted to acknowledge the state controller's audit that was recently released with respect to the M9 procurement. I want to ensure this committee and our customers that since we started the M9 procurement, we've been taking every step possible to ensure quality product is received from Kawasaki. Our commitment to our customers was that we would never accept any piece of equipment that was not completely safe or ready for public transportation. Our M9 team has been on top of Kawasaki every step of the way, and our strategy continues to focus on ensuring that the cars are delivered as timely as possible, and we're constantly working alongside the manufacturer to mitigate any issues. I'm happy to say that the cars that we have accepted thus far have been overperforming past expectations, which is a very good thing for our customers. It's important to note that no safety issues have been identified, and we expect all cars to be delivered by the end of this year. That concludes my rather lengthy President's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Yeah, thank you for that report. Something that got overlooked, and I didn't want it to not be mentioned, is that when the shelter was being built, I asked the staff that instead of placing the ticket vending machines the way they normally were, which would be facing with the back to the tracks, and in the morning I've seen customers could struggle trying to see I said, turn the machines around so that there's no glare. Well, it was too late in the process already, so came up with an idea that could we put tinting on the windows, and guess what? They did. So that was really something very important that, and Ziona, I thank you for doing that. We overlooked it, but it was really important that people would know that we did take that step, and it's now something, I guess, that you're going to look at at future installations to make sure ahead of time that we don't have to do that. Thank you again.
No, we appreciate your eyes and ears on the ground, Randy, and we've communicated that to Ziona and her team. They were right on it, and it's going to be, it's those little things that make the experience that much better. So we appreciate you bringing that to our attention, and Ziona and her team for getting that taken care of. So thank you. Thank you for the shout out.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Kathy. We're going to move on to Metro North Railroad Safety Report. Shelley Prediman, Vice President of System Safety, will report.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Metro North Safety Report can be found starting on page 36 of the committee book. So to start off, for the 12-month reporting period ending February of 2022, the FRA reportable customer injury rate was 1.75 per 1 million customers, which was down from 2.03 in the prior 12-month reporting period, which ended February 2021. Slips, trips, and falls remain the most frequent cause of injury. The FRA reportable lost time employee injury rate was 2.04 per 200,000 work hours for the current reporting period, compared to 1.88 in the prior period. I just want to note, as we've reported in prior months, the working hours used to calculate the employee lost time injury rate were estimated because of the global issue affecting the MTA timekeeping system. So the affected rates will be updated after the working hours are finalized. As part of our employee safety programs, Metro North held our first quarter Safety Focus Week from March 14th to 20th. And as part of Safety Focus Week, we have interactive discussions with employees on key safety topics across the territory. This time around, the topics discussed included incident reporting, motor vehicle safety, using appropriate gloves for a task, fuel storage, electronic device restrictions, and the expansion of federal drug and alcohol testing to include certain maintenance of equipment employees. So we keep an eye on trends and choose topics based on what we're seeing in the field and also news for our employees to know related to safety. So at each meeting, employees are encouraged to raise any additional topics they have, ask questions, and raise safety concerns, and any issues that are raised during those conversations are communicated back to the Office of System Safety for resolution. So I also want to note that for the reporting period and year-to-date, there were no grade crossing incidents, no mainline FRA reportable derailments, and no mainline FRA reportable train collisions. So that concludes my report, unless there are any questions for me.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Long Island Railroad Safety, and it's going to be Lori Ebenhausen.
I want to say good morning, but that's not the case here. Good afternoon, everybody. So our safety report can be found on page 39. In Simoto Metro North, we're reporting on our performance through February 2022. Our reportable customer injury rate was down from 4.69 down to 2.74 injuries per million customers. And our reportable employee lost time injury rate increased from 3.47 to 4.09, again with the caveat that that will be adjusted once the hours are finalized. We also had our traditional focus day on March 23rd, on or about. We focused on the importance of rules and our employee compliance observation program. Again, very important to us that we're engaging in conversations with our employees in the field to understand how they're experiencing safety and to make sure we have a clear understanding of their expectations as well as ours. We also focused on seasonal elements. You know, it's time now where we're getting into the insects and the plant season, so we wanted to make sure that our employees were aware of how to protect themselves and what we have available to them for their protection. Finally, we focused on our confidential close call reporting program and our system safety program plan, making sure that we're sharing information about both of those two critical initiatives with our employees, and happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Lori. Well now, oh, sorry, Jerry.
Yeah, and this would go for both railroads. Is there a baseline safety training that the employees need? You know, I come from the New York City construction industry, and you know, all our workers are required to have 40 hours of training, and if you're in supervision, you have to have 62 hours of training. Is there a baseline for the railroads? And I know I might be comparing apples to oranges here, but you know, like we have OSHA 30 as our baseline, and we build off of that. Does the railroad have anything similar to that?
So actually, there's constantly throughout the employee's career, they get safety training. As a new employee initially, in addition to a 3-day standard orientation, depending on what craft you're going into, you may get up to an additional 10 to 20 days of safety training before you even go into your craft training program. So everything from confined space entry to CPR to slip, trips, falls. So it's all of the OSHA as well as the FRA focus. We then have annual training programs that we do. So as example, on-track safety is an annual training requirement. So again, throughout the course of an employee's career, we do provide them with various training programs. Does that help?
Great, thank you.
And we certainly have a similar situation at Metro North. And one thing that we have, for example, is a new employee safety orientation. So every single employee, whether you're going into a craft or not, goes through that orientation the day immediately after orientation. Then, just as Lori described for Long Island Railroad, there's very extensive safety training within the individual crafts, including multi-day roadway worker protection training, and then the annual refreshers. So it is throughout your career, and certainly there's heavy safety training as the employees first come into the crafts.
Great. Would that also apply to your vendors? Like when, say, Long Island Railroad's doing a bridge replacement, and you're bringing in outside contractors and stuff to do some of that work. Are there requirements for them as well? Or?
So the Federal Railroad Administration requires that we do a 214 on-track safety training, and that's also an annual requirement for any contractor that's going to be working on our property. In addition to the focus on the 214 track safety requirements, we do talk about OSHA and make sure that they understand that we expect them to follow all of the other federal regulations and requirements as well. And
Okay,
that's
great.
an annual training.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Answer my questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good. And now Chief Montgomery is going to give us the MTA police report.
Oops, good afternoon. I'm just going to say good morning, too. Good afternoon. The MTA police report begins on page 42 in your booklet. For the month of March 2022, system-wide, MTA police saw an increase in 3 of the 7 major index crimes. The increases were noted in the categories of robbery, grand larceny, and felony assault, which when combined with the remaining 7 index crimes produced a total of 7 additional major index crimes for the month of March versus 2021. All right, system-wide robberies increased from 2 to 6 in 2022. Grand larcenies increased from 3 to 7, felony assaults from 2 to 5, and burglary being the one area that decreased from 5 down to 1. Also, March of 2022, the arrests by MTA police increased from 45 to 95. Year to date, 2022-2021, the department saw an increase from 4 categories, 4 of the 7 categories in 2022. The robberies, like I said before, increased from 6 to 11. Grand larcenies went from 5 to 27, and felony assaults increased from 6 to 11. But year to date, the arrests also increased from January to the end of March, year to date comparison, 140 to 240. All right, in March, Long Island Railroad saw an increase of 2 of the 7 major index crimes being robbery, felony assaults. The robbery went up from 1 to 2. The felony assaults went from 1 to 4. Grand larceny dropped from 3 to 2. Year to date, robberies went from 2 to 5. Felony assaults went from 5 to 7. And of course, the one homicide that's still currently under investigation, pending any further information from the district attorney's office and the attorney general. All right, robberies. Hicksville Station, we had a reported robbery where the individual had forcibly had his cell phone snatched from his hand while descending down from the platform to the staircase level. This was classified as an attempted robbery as the complainant was able to obtain their phone back and the proceeds of the robbery were not taken away at that moment. As of right now, we're still trying to investigate. However, the complainant is, for this particular case, is uncooperative. The other robbery is listed for Jamaica Station, where 2 individuals entered one of the stores on the concourse level and began shoplifting in said facility. When the establishment owners attempted to recover property, a fight occurred where injuries were sustained by the complainant, and the complainant, after further investigation and interviews, was also deemed uncooperative. All right, grand larcenies. One took place in Hempstead Station, where the victim actually left her bag on the seat while using the restroom facilities, and when she came back, credit cards and everything else contained in it were missing. Jamaica Station, passenger witnessed on board the train, the victim's wallet being removed from person while they were asleep. Upon notifying the victim that they wound up losing their property, a search was conducted for the train, but the individual had fled off the station. This incident is still currently under investigations. Both of these grand larcenies have been attributed to actions of customers on board that are not paying proper attention to their items, but we're also going to try to step up our patrols on these trains to ensure that there is something to be said that if you're going to try and do that, that you might actually meet up with the law. Felony assaults have also went up 4 around Culver Station, which had 2 people in a altercation over some lewd and lascivious activity. One wound up being arrested for lewd and lascivious activity. The other person in the altercation ended up stabbing that person, and as a result, both parties were placed under arrest. Wyandanch Station, we had 2 people probably known to each other out on street level, had gotten into an earlier altercation. They later on met up at the Wyandanch train station, of which one individual attempted to slice and did actually slice the other individual in the ear at the train station. Both of these incidents are still under investigation. Jamaica Station, there was one thing that I would classify as felony assault, but also deemed with a bias crime attachment to it. Individual used anti-gay semetics to the individual, and then upon officers trying to take him under arrest, he wound up injured. Officers wound up injured. That case has been closed out by arrest. 4th one was in Penn Station. an individual acting disorderly upon the concourse, upon the officer's ability to try to take him into custody and remove him from said location. A struggle ensued, and the perpetrator wound up being placed under arrest, but the officer sustained injuries as well. 3 of the 4 incidents were closed out for the felony assaults by arrest. For Long Island Railroad, it was 4 hate crimes for the month. As I mentioned previously, the first one was actually ended in arrest. It was from the anti-gay semantics that were uttered while the officers were trying to take the individual into custody. The other 3 are from criminal mischief, graffiti-type instances where they were either written on the seat or in the restroom of the Long Island Railroad train, and those are still currently under investigation. Switching over to Metro North for the month of March of 2022, Metro North saw an increase only in 1 of the 7 major index crimes. It turns out to be grand larceny, which went from 0 in 2021 to 5 in 2022. All 4 of those 5 incidents are all deemed to be from a commercial establishment, actually the same commercial establishment. So we're working with that commercial establishment to see about the reduction of grand larceny on that one. The 5th one that I not mentioned to you is an unattended bag left on board a Metro North train in the cab, of which when the employee came back to retrieve their items, the credit cards were removed from the actual cab area and utilized. That case is still currently under investigation. Year to date, Metro North's crimes categories 2 of the 7 major indexes were increased. The increases were in felony assaults, and of course, as I just previously mentioned, grand larcenies, which went from 1 to 15. The increased from 4, and the year-to-date total increased from 4 to 26, or a plus 12. All right, I just mentioned the grand larceny stats over that, but the robberies, 1 robbery, and that robbery actually still pertains to the same commercial establishment where the individual threatened to use a firearm while stealing property out of said establishment. The individual was apprehended and placed under arrest. The 1 felony assault that we had for a disorderly customer refusing to pay his fare up in the Croton Harmon area. Upon trying to take him into custody for that, he wound up throwing punches and injuring the officer by punching him in the face. That too had the arrest made as well. Metro North had 1 crime, hate crime. It was an anti-Jewish graffiti situation with SWAT stickers being painted up in the actual men's room, Grand Central. This case still remains active at this time. As far as some issues that were brought up before, grand larcenies, as was mentioned earlier from one of the public speakers, that they indicated that grand larceny was on the rise. Some of the things that we're trying to institute, a lot of the grand larcenies that we had, some of them were on board the train, so we're going to actually do more additional train patrols. As of March, we've had a total of 3,311 train patrols for the month, and year to date we're at 8,176, and that's both systems combined. We'll continue to produce these train patrols to actually try to reduce any on-board situations, both that benefits not only in customer safety, it also includes crew safety, and we're also going to try to make those train patrols relevant in the areas of Babylon, Hicksville, Mineola on Long Island Railroad, Grand Central, 125, Fordham, Stamford, and Mount Vernon East on Metro North. Not only do we get the benefit of having officers on board the trains to work with our commuters, our customers, and our train employees, but the same benefit could happen by having the foot patrols when they go to change trains at these particular train stations, with the hopes that we can foster better safety relationships. And we also encourage our customers, if they see an officer on board the train, that they can have a conversation with them, provided that it doesn't take too long, because some train patrols have some short runs which may inhibit them from making a complete run of the whole entire train. But we always welcome customer comments and customer contacts, because the purpose is to keep our ridership coming back. With that said, that concludes my report, unless there's any other further questions.
Regarding the murder that we had in Ronkonkoma, have you heard anything back from the Suffolk County Police? Have they made an arrest in that case yet?
There's no arrest at this time. They're still being worked on with the Attorney General's office and the District Attorney's office in securing warrants. The individual that we are interested in, or individuals that we are interested in, there may be some issues that we may have to go beyond our regular jurisdiction for, and I can leave it at that, because it's still a pending investigation.
All right.
Thank you, Chief Montgomery. You've been very busy, so thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to move on to informational items. Kathy?
Thank you. I'll go through the Metro North information items first. We've got the final review of the 2021 operating budget results, the 2021 annual ridership report, which I already mentioned, the license agreement with City Winery, the license agreement with Manhattan News, Inc. For the 125th Street location. Those are the Metro North information items. And then on the Long Island side, we've got, again, the final review of the operating budget results, the annual ridership report from 2021, and the May timetable change and track work programs, if anybody has any questions on those information items.
So we'll now move on to procurements.
Long Island Railroad does not have any procurements this month. There is one Metro North procurement, and I'm going to turn it over to Anthony Gardner to run us through. Yeah, sure.
A point of procedure, since we're not voting on it, since we don't have a quorum, we're just doing this for public edification?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, Neil, the votes of the committee are not binding anyway,
We don't
so
have
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so this is really more, it's not necessarily only to edify the public, it's to edify the committee members who might have any questions that they have, any question they might have about this particular PTC procurement.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. There is one procurement. It's a ratification of a 17-month federally funded miscellaneous service contract to the firm Alstom Signaling in the estimated amount of $15,155,850. The contract is for positive train control software upgrades, technical support, and field qualification services to enhance the automated train control and advanced civil speed enforcement systems installed on Metro-North's M8 railcar fleet. While Metro-North successfully met the December 31st, 2020 PTC federal mandate, Metro-North's M8 PTC safety plan was approved by the Federal Railroad Administration under the condition that Metro-North would implement a number of safety upgrades. Metro-North negotiated a contract directly with the equipment software provider Alstom, and as required, submitted its implementation plan and schedule for installation of these upgrades to the FRA in September 30th, 2021. May I have a vote for this procurement or move it?
We're not going to vote on it at this meeting. Thank you. Jerry?
Steal Neil's thunder. I think he has the same question I do.
I don't know. You go first and I'll
go
come
first.
after. I don't know if we have the same question.
We just started, we just implemented positive train control recently, and now we're already going for upgrades to the software. It seems kind of quick. Could you just give us a brief explanation of?
Sure, I think we can tag team. I'll start, and then Dave is here, and Anish is also here. So the M8 fleet is a little bit different from the rest of the Metro North fleet as well as the Long Island fleet in that it came with access when it was first procured many years ago. So we needed to, and that system, unlike the rest of the fleet, is an Alstom system, not a Siemens system. So we had a separate project going for the duration of the PTC project to do the necessary upgrades to the access system that the cars came with to give it full PTC functionality. We barreled towards the December 2020 deadline. We met the deadline, as Anthony indicated, but there were a number of open items that needed to be addressed. One of them relates to the testing that's currently underway at Shoreline East. There's also certain items to bring the performance of the M8 fleet and how it handles certain issues related to the positive stop to make it consistent with how the rest of the Siemens fleet handles those items. So it brings the fleets into alignment and handles some of these open issues. I think as we've talked about before, PTC, it's not a one and done thing. We're going to be continually upgrading it, updating it to make sure that it, remains safe, and also that there are a minimal number of disruptions to the operation. It needs to, we have it out there, certain things get discovered, we need to upgrade them, and it's sort of a continuing project. Okay.
I unfortunately vaguely remember the details of the M8 fleet separately, having spent far more time than I ever expected to on the topic. My question is a funding question. You mentioned federally funded. Is this federally funded? I know it's federally mandated. Is it? When did it become federally funded?
It is a federal loan, and behind the loan is, I believe, federal funding of the.
Can we get a little crisper on that? Because there's
Of course,
yeah.
absolutely.
Do we get reimbursed? Does that
Well, I
mean
saw
it's a reimbursement?
65% was being paid for by
CDOT,
Connecticut.
yep.
By
So
Connecticut.
if they're paying 65% and we're paying 35, sounds like the federal government's paying zero. So I just want to get it underneath that a little bit because
Sure.
there was a loan, a modest loan if I recall, but I would not call that federally funded. I'd call that federally supported.
Advanced.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
we
advanced.
can-
But
yeah.
I just want to get clarity
Sure,
because we just
absolutely.
voted in finance that we are paying for it. So if we're not paying for it, great. I'd love my reimbursement check.
Yeah, we'll get you more information with respect to the 35%.
Yes.
Okay, there are no procurements for Long Island Railroad, and we're going to move on to the railroad's monthly reports.
So as is the case every month, the monthly reports on Long Island and Metro North operations, performance metrics, finance, and ridership are in the agenda book, and we're all here to answer any questions that you might have.
With no questions, I'm going to move that we adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.